Okay, sorry about that, guys. I am back and going live. Here we go. I've noticed that if I go away for like 8 hours, it tunes down my internet. I think my killer control center for my Wi-Fi, or not Wi-Fi, but my Ethernet connection, it like tunes down the internet for a while, and then it doesn't get it back up again. It's fucking annoying. So I have to go restart the computer before I get any kind of like actual response. It's fucking annoying. There's a lot of good games for cheap right now. This market is flooded. I kind of want to play Witchfire. Kuro. Oh yeah, X4 is cheap, of course. EOS. Okay, what? Some kind of error. Oh, Mortal might be down. I don't want to play 76. I'll wait until the content. Okay. Oh, wait. Do that. Oops. There we go. Do that, and I'll do this. Yeah. I wonder what I should spend my money on in 76. I should save it for the season the season start when they launch this new expansion, and it's going to be really good, I think. It'll be good like Skyline. Skyline was quite fun for a week. I actually really think of Skyline and fondly. I remember the whole zone, and I liked all the content. I did the content. I thought it was good. And you can go back there, and Skyline has cool content. Caravans are cool. I'm thinking about going to do some caravans, but I realized that I'd rather just do that when the content's new, you know. Go do caravans when it actually like is like hot, you know. Because they're about to redo caravans again. They want people to play caravans. Feds are targeting Discord now. Uh-oh. Aeon 2 has the worst monetization I've ever seen. Oh no. Israel intercepts the global Samud flotilla. I wonder what that's about. I mean, I know what it said. Well, white people have built a cage for themselves, and I don't like it. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. That's quite funny. Ooh, I was in the mood for 7, actually. Yeah, play some 7. Oh. I should go get my cat. Sissy! Sissy! Odd. Now, why don't I have sound? Oh, maybe the wrong sound driver. Check, check, check. Yeah, it looks good to me. So, what's with you? Oh, you're on the wrong page, huh? Yeah, it is on the sound. Oh, so my speaker, it's not connecting.
PlayStation Network, Roblox, Xbox Live. If so, ladies, hello,
Oops.
guys and gals, me, Mutahar. Have you been using Battle.net, Discord, Fortnite, PlayStation Network,
Thank you.
Roblox,
Some more
Xbox
new gamers have
Live?
like and sub to your
If
channel.
so, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a leaked documentation here talking about how violent extremists could be exploiting those popular online services. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we got a wild little I guess, leaked document to look through. Now, to give you an idea, I like to always treat these things with a bit of a, I always like to be pretty real about this. Okay, so this is by Dan Bogislaw. He's the one that apparently leaked out this intel brief that shows the federal government is terrified of Fortnite and Discord. Now, for anybody that doesn't know, apparently the NCTC is the National Counterterrorism Center, okay? So, I have learned, I have grown up as a man that has seen things like, I guess, the Patriot Act that I learned about later on in life. There were programs like PRISM, for instance, where back when Edward Snowden leaked out that the US government was basically backdooring some of your favorite services and grabbing as much information as they can. If you ever think that, you're not being spied on an everyday basis, you are. Okay, it is what it is. A lot of these federal agencies, a lot of these like intelligence agencies pretty much come to the thought of getting access to your personal data and information. Now, I consider this shit to be really creepy. Some people don't care, but I think we all can at least agree that if this document is real, we're in for some goddamn laughs. Now, this is a not.
Gonna go look for my cat. I'm terribly sorry. I will be right back. Actually, first I have to launch my drones and orbit this thing. I'm gonna go look for my cat. I will be right back. Yep. Okay, I'll be right back. You can watch me die AFK. How's that? Nice, I'm not dead. Pretty good. Oh good, nothing but friends. Hopefully I can make some money here.
For public release, and from what I understand, for some people who are in the Intel circuit, this designation U//FOUO is actually a pretty old designation. And if you look at some of the logos for at least Roblox, it seems, Xbox Live, well, not the logo itself, but the fact that in their description, they don't even mention the Xbox Series systems, they just mention Xbox One and the 360 systems here. Yeah, this was probably written a while ago, but it's still funny nonetheless. And there is actually a real implication because in about 6 days, ladies and gentlemen, for anybody that doesn't know, the actual US government has sent letters out to the CEO of Discord, the CEO of Valve, the CEO of Twitch, and Reddit. And they're basically bringing them on, basically for testimony to talk about extremism on their platform, all right? So again, I think there's an overarching story, but before we basically get into it, let's just read this like meme, okay? So anyways, some violent extremist teenagers probably play online games or use gaming affiliated networks and applications, apps for short. I wouldn't even just say extremist teams. I would actually just say legitimate terrorists are probably still rocking some CS 1.6 in their downtime. Okay, like it is what it is. Probably using that shit to honestly train or like plan their stuff out. But yeah, this is like talking about teenagers, okay? They could be using these applications to communicate with like minded individuals, conduct plotting, and spread terrorist messaging. Judging from a past report of extremist use of online gaming to enable terrorist activity. Huh.
Pull my forehead, it
I don't
hurts.
remember that one report, but I really wish I could read that. It's like, video games? Guys, they could lead into some serious Al Qaeda action going on, all right? All jokes aside, online games and gaming apps and networks provide users with a variety of communication functions, including text, voice, and video chat, everything a growing terror cell needs to communicate, image sharing, friends lists, and discoverable communities of interest. The following chart is an overview of some of the most popular services. So here, ladies and gentlemen, they bring in like BattleNet. Now, of course, in this matrix, they have a whole bunch of summaries over here. So, for instance, you see them mentioning with Discord. It's a free text, video, voice chat app tailored to gamers, including a mobile app and PC web browser functionality. And with PlayStation, it's an online gaming network for PlayStation 4 consoles, including a mobile application. You know what's really funny about this matrix? I haven't seen Telegram anywhere. I'm pretty sure if you're like a fucking terrorist or something, I'm pretty sure you're using like something super encrypted like Telegram or Signal in this case. Instead of using, I don't know if there's any legitimate terrorist organization, even if you're like a teenager, that is planning fucking something on Fortnite, bro. Don't make sense to me. But here you can see that for BattleNet, they're like, yeah, I was playing some Diablo 3. Could you imagine the person researching this? Like fucking some agent sitting inside their office. They're like, yeah, I fired up Diablo 3. It's got text chat, it's got voice chat, and it's got friends lists, and it's got a bunch of people trying to sell me gold from the other side of the world. Some stupid shit. Discord, they're like, it has all six, okay? It has all of them. And then, of course, obviously with Fortnite, it's got voice chat. Are you fucking stupid? Does it not have, wait, does Fortnite not have like a text chat or something? Am I out of my mind? Can you emote plans to other people? Friends lists? It seems like everything is a friend list somehow except like Twitch. But yeah, they've got like they basically been analyzing all of these organizations. Okay, they've been trying to see, you know, who it is behind these situations. They, you know, and of course, the more you go down in, they have some like asterisks. For instance, the mere presence of an individual on one or more online gaming platforms is not indicative of any nefarious activities. These platforms may provide an avenue to pursue in an existing investigation of a subject when law enforcement observes suspicious behavior that amounts to a sufficient legal predicate to open an investigation. Law enforcement action should not be taken solely on the basis of exercise of constitutionally protected rights or on the apparent or actual race, ethnicity, national origin, or religion of a subject. You know, I really wish I could believe that last segment, but you know, the amount of times I've had a random screening at an airport, I don't know. I mean, just tell me, okay? Just tell me. You think I'm about to do simsalabim? All right, I get it. You gotta check my balls for something. It's fine. But you know, ladies and gentlemen, it is what it is. This is a pretty innocuous sort of thing. Basically, it shows me that the government's learning. Basically, they find somebody that is potentially a target of interest. They're gonna start, I guess, subpoenaing your like Discord information or like your PlayStation information, or you know how many times you've been emoting on Fortnite, and possibly using that as a way to build a case against you if they suspect you're somebody that might be a promoter of the evil terrorism. Now, this is a lot of old information, it seems, so I'm kind of having a bit of time like trying to understand like, is this document actually legitimate? And honestly, like I think it probably is from the NCTC. I just don't think it has any bearing or like any relevancy in any event that has happened in probably the last like couple years. Okay. But for anybody that doesn't know, recently there's been a lot of talk about, you know, a lot of these platforms having communities where I guess extremism really does brew. Now, to give you guys a little bit more of an accurate understanding of like what's been going on too beyond just Discord, obviously you probably have heard of the fact that, you know, with the recent assassination of like you know, Charlie Kirk, there was the shooter where they actually looked into his Discord communications, and that started to get shared around by the world, and it really opened up a dialogue for a lot of people, you know, who were moving their focus onto services like Discord, because they were like, hey, if this stuff is kind of just happening, and in most cases it's not public, it's always in private channels, is there ways to, I guess, prevent this, or maybe even look beyond the veil so that these federal agencies can take advantage and stop these things before they happen? Which there have been plenty of cases that have happened where, again, you know, it almost seems like when it comes to like a shooter, you know, sometimes they do post about their life story, sometimes they do post about their actions, such as in the case of 2022, when you had the Highland Park parade shooting. And of course, obviously, one of the things about it too is the perpetrator, which was a individual who had apparently frequently posted in an online message board that discussed graphic depictions of death, posted a video of a beheading the week before a shooting, and he had his own Discord server, which was invaded by 4chan users, obviously after the shooting, and has since been shut down. So again, it makes people wonder, it's like, if you have all of this stuff existing before with all the AI and the surveillance state that I guess we live in, why aren't organizations like the FBI kind of stopping it? So again, it made me also dig down into further documents, and this is provided by an organization known as the Property of the People, where you can search these documents for yourself. Again, you can go to their website, search whatever it is that you want, and you can pull up documents such as, for instance, the 2021 DHS reports on militias' violent extremism developing online networks. So here they kind of show a sort of more realistic view instead of pointing the finger
Okay,
right
so
at Discord or Reddit or whatever, right? But again,
sorry. So, I am just preparing dinner. Sorry, I am having some panak paneer. I think that's the name. Yeah, I forget. And some fruit with some Canada Dry. Look at that beautiful red color. Oh, yeah. I like eating the fruit, the frozen fruit or whatever. It's quite good. After it's sat and soaked for a little while. Yeah, the fruit adds such a cool Aftertaste. Tastes like healthy. Okay. Local cleared out. Nice. Gonna get this. I will get this.
Remember, this is from 2021, so times have changed a fair bit since
Okay.
then. So here they kind of talk about how apparently violent militia or extremists, so militia violent extremists, which are MVEs, are actively disguising their online social media outreach to promote violent anti-government narratives, connect with other espousing violent extremist views, and share tactical information by using layered communications. So they start to kind of focus again on like the introduction. So they show that stage one, usually these guys are on Facebook, Twitter,
Curry
Reddit,
spinach
and
with
again, obviously
tofu.
other
It's
platforms
palak
as well,
paneer.
too. This could easily include things like Discord,
So good.
whatever. And then once you start engaging
Curry
with these
spinach
guys
with
in a
tofu is so
public-facing
fucking good.
recruiting, then they shift to emerging
If
social
done the right
media,
way.
which obviously
By Trader
is
Joe's and
perceived
stuff.
with less
Pretty good.
restrictive content moderation, which I would imagine
Looks like green glop, but it's so healthy for you.
chat services
It has like no
Telegram
fat.
or Signal, and of course typically used as a way of vetting potential recruits. And then of course they move to even
Oh
more
yeah,
secure
the perfect
platforms
amount of
where
curry.
end-to-end encryption
So
is kind of
good.
the norm,
Not too
right?
much at
So
all.
they're kind of showing you a 1, 2, 3 step on how people sort of get thrown in.
Like the mildest curry I've ever almost had.
Move you in from the public-facing environment, and then they mention secondary groups like MeWe, Parlor, for instance, and then of course it always ends at Telegram, for instance, or Signal, or any classified, not classified, but encrypted messaging service out there. And here they even got like terms as well too. They've got things like boogaloos, and boogaloos is a term used by some domestic terrorist actors to refer to the start of the Second Civil War, driven by perceptions of government overreach, including firearm legislation. And then, of course, you've got the military violent extremists, and of course, you've also got white supremacist extremists as well. But the key word here, again, remember, is domestic terrorism. And I really feel like domestic terrorism is sort of like the next big sort of word that's going to be mentioned around. In the next phase of trying to invade and sneak into our personal lives as much as it can. Look, I'm not denying that there's probably some shady shit obviously happening on Discord. I'm not denying there's definitely extremism that is talked about on certain subreddits. And I'm certainly not.
This guy used it to plot Charlie Kirk or something, didn't he?
Radicalizing people to the end of the earth. Okay, these are all
or he at
things
least
that
was
I very
talking
much
about it.
agree with. I don't think that there isn't a case that somebody could make that these platforms through their algorithms and their systems aren't pushing people into very radical directions. It's
That
not a
fucking
good
psycho
thing.
who shot Charlie Kirk. He's such a nut. Discord, he like dragged his Discord conversations across the international page. What a nut. I don't particularly like Discord. I used to. I don't really like Discord that much anymore. I really don't spend a lot of time on it, and I don't want it dominating my fucking life. I just think I'm cooler than that. I do. I've always thought I was cooler than the Ventrio or the Discord people. I've always thought so. Self-actualization is an important thing for a man. I spent endless hours on Discord and fucking Rust and shit like that. Wow. Endless hours. And I met a lot of wonderful people, and I'm proud of it. But also, my days of that are over. They're fucking over. Like, I'll do it for co-op and stuff like that, but they're like over for me, though. I don't want to do organized Discord chat, you know? I'm a much older man now, going on almost 45. And you know, just a little bit different now. Just don't prefer the company of somebody at a bar or something over Discord. I just don't really, just not really my thing. It used to be. Oh, good. A scout popped. Palak Paneer was so good. Fucking amazing. Palak Paneer. This isn't a totally like a real meal. It's more like an entree or something, or I don't know what you call it, like an appetizer. But it is filling because it's spinach. A lot more filling than it looks. And I think I will supplement it with honey and oatmeal later on, and like when I go find my cat, like an hour or something like that, I'll make honey and oatmeal for a second meal, because I did have Taco Bell today, though. I had Taco Bell today because I drove for a long time. So I mean, I have eaten today. I'm probably actually good. I want my cat to come. I didn't bring her in last night. She's probably mad at me. I love this game. It's just, I had to find the right stuff to do in the game. It took me a while. Sandboxes are hard to sometimes forge your way through.
But ultimately, when I see leaked documentation like this, the thing that immediately burns into my head real quickly is, what is it that politicians?
I don't want to pay for FFXI retail. And I don't know. I think I'm kind of bored with FFXI. I think I need a break. I play it every single fucking day. I'd like to just do Mortal, Eve, and maybe even like maybe X4 as opposed to FFXI. Maybe something else other than FFXI. I could play X4 very, very, very slowly. I could do Fall of Avalon. There, I could do Outward. Outward's an interesting game. I'm out of X's. There we go. Yeah, I need a break from Final Fantasy 11. I keep dying because I barely pay attention to it. I think I actually just need a break. You know, I love Final Fantasy 11, but I played it all of my life since I was a teenager. Could do Nightingale in the background. Haven't done that in a while. It's a different. I would have to start a new character, but I mean, I don't know. I haven't done the new Nightingale experience in a while. It's a great little game at the start. It's also not really my favorite game anymore. I think it's inferior to Mortal. So I don't know. I could play X4 if I don't play Final Fantasy. I could play Final Fantasy 12 for a while. I actually really like 12. Could do 12 for a while as a black mage. Did I choose black mage? Can you even choose it yet? I don't know. Oh yeah, you think you probably can. I could play 12 instead of 11. I mean, I can always just run 11 and just leave it on. I don't know. I could make Mithril. I could go cook Mithril. I could play BST all night. It's kind of something that I usually do, you know. I love Beastmaster. Uh, I could play Dragon's Dogma 2. It has a good mage. No, it's too involved of a single player game. I'm looking for something Sandbox and yeah, Mortal's already like my main. I don't really want to spend my time doing another Sandbox than Mortal if it won't play itself like Eve. X4 keeps seeming to be like the natural answer. I could dive into Caves of Cud more. I keep looking for another game to step in for like 11 for a little while. I liked Once Human, but I capped out 50 so fucking fast. Uh I could start over on Once Human. That's always a fun little sandbox. It might even have like new, you know, new. It might have a new mode. Could do Nightingale in the background. It's good. I could play. We took a look at Outward yesterday. I could take a real look at Outward, but I don't think it's. I mean, maybe Caster and Outward is good. I could just turn it on rather than have to go do all the bullshit to get it. I could just turn on a monobar and turn on spells and start doing the caster side of Outward, which might be kind of fun. Uh what else is here? There's always Oblivion Remastered, which is like a sandbox in the background that I can do. There's Starfield, but it takes up my GeForce Now slot, and I don't want that. Not until the content comes. So X4 would run better if FFXI wasn't on. Let's see how the performance of X4 feels.
And say, never let a good tragedy go to waste. You know, after 9/11, which is probably one of the most like shocking terrorist attacks in the entire planet, you know, it was one of those things where I remember when I was in high school, one of my like we had a class, it was like civics or it was like some
Civics
political
probably.
stuff. But the teacher had this poster that stuck into my head. It was like a poster that showcased the magazine covers of like every like magazine, you know, every popular magazine in every country. So you just see like different languages and different reactions to like, you know, images of like the Twin Towers falling. And I'm like, you know, there's probably never been an event probably larger than 9/11 in like human history that has shaken the international
The Holocaust
at such an exact point in time. And obviously, you know, with 9/11, many people lost their lives, not just people in 9/11, but the war that had led after 9/11. I mean, there was over what, a million?
Yeah, we lost like
people
10,000
dead, you
people
know,
or something.
a
Or a
million
million.
bodies before, you know, I guess things maybe started to stop. But more insane than that, too, obviously, I'm not discounting the dead bodies, but it allowed the government to, you know, implement new methods to spy on our day-to-day life, all because they wanted to, I guess, quote unquote,
Patriot
you
Act.
know, focus on national security, or again, like it's mentioned here, counterterrorism. Now, look, there is a fine line somebody has to have. There is a fine line when you know, when you want to protect the masses from actual extremists out there. But I'm one of those people where I don't believe in rights getting completely encroached. I'm not somebody that believes in getting rid of basic rights and things that we have, like, you know, the right to privacy, the right to prevent ourselves from being unlawfully searched and seized. And again, a lot of these rights are something that the people that made the US, the people that made the foundations of the democracy we're in, very much lived and died by. These are very important ideals. And I think going forward, a lot of the stuff that I've sort of seen brought up over here, this conversation for the last few weeks, is kind of trudging towards a pretty scary path. You know, you've already got places like EU where, you know, chat control is kind of being pushed through. You've already got, you know, a constant attack on day-to-day encryption. The other day, goddamn, the UK wanted Apple to keep backdooring information for them. I mean, this is not something that's exclusive to one specific country. This is just a part of the world where, you know, when a tragedy occurs, when things get so riled up, I don't even really think it's the government wanting to try to fix things. I think it's literally just them looking at a tragedy and thinking, let's not let it go to waste. Let's find some way to push more control on people. Let's find a way to fearmonger people to the point where they're willing to give up just more and more of their rights and freedoms every single day just for you. So I know I started this video off with kind of a laugh, but anytime I talk about the subject, I just want the people that watch my content, that have seen me, you know, cover things like the dark web, seen me cover things like computer viruses, seen me cover things like computer security and your privacy, realize at the end of the day, I don't just show you these things, you know, to laugh at. I show you these things so you can educate yourself on how to protect yourself, on how to go into the fucking internet connected world that we have and still maintain some level of your privacy. And I think going forward, you know, in the next few years, it's going to be more important that you keep fighting for the right to access whatever websites you want, the right to fight the crazy government surveillance that we're in, and to understand that even amongst all of these organizations like Discord, stay far away from servers or meme channels where you might suspect a little bit of Fed posting. For anybody that doesn't know what Fed posting is, Fed posting is the posting of violent threats on the internet, ostensibly as an everyday citizen, but actually working as an undercover federal agent. Look, if you're ever part of any Discord groups that are getting a little too wild, right click, leave server, and never fucking look back, okay? Because somehow I really think the future of, again, government surveillance and pinning bad shit onto people is starting to bleed its way into some of the most like popular communities that me and you engage in on an everyday basis. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like if you dislike it, am out.
Now, unfortunately, I'm sat down in the chair. I'm not stood up doing the funny haha clip farm, and that's because this is a pretty serious video. Now, I know there's a lot of streamers out there that get a lot of flack, a lot of hate. It could be their political opinions, the disgusting, abhorrent amount of money that they make, or they could just be genuinely bad people. And what I'm talking about today is a streamer that you definitely have not heard of before this video, but the actions that have happened here are just terrible. Now, this was a streamer who committed a terrible crime. Usually when that happens, you might be absolutely racked with guilt. You might turn yourself into the police. You might change your identity. But what this guy did is instead boot up his stream and talk about what he did in basically the most insidious and apathetic way possible.
What's going on, everybody? We're back with another stream, and this one is going to be a little bit different than the previous ones.
So at the time of recording, on
Yeah, this one's
Monday,
more
there were two
psychotic.
teen girls that unfortunately lost their lives by someone that was driving a Jeep. Their names were Maria and Isabel. Now, the Union County Prosecutor's Office actually announced that they found the person, and they're actually charging them with 2 counts of first-degree murder. Now, that's very important, by the way, because usually with a hit and run, it would be something like, you know, like a 3rd degree, like it was an accident. Maybe you're intoxicated. First degree literally means you planned to do this beforehand and then you carried it out. Now, relatives and neighbors of Marie actually believe that he was actually stalking this girl before he hit both of them with his Jeep. But at the time, this detail actually hasn't been confirmed. But what has been confirmed is the guy who's suspected of actually doing the killings went onto YouTube. He didn't upload a video, but instead went live on a stream. Now, you think with an accusation as serious as this, he would, you know, talk, face cam, very candid. No, he does it very nonchalantly while he's playing a video game, MLB The Show 25 to be precise.
Oh
And the
my
stream
God,
starts
the
and he basically
show.
says that, you know, he's got some things that he wants to talk about. And the worst thing is, like, the things that this guy's been accused of, he basically tries to play victim and accuses the chat of being negative towards him. And then he starts, like, timing everyone out who is criticizing him.
I have some things that I want. I'll get to.
I've been
let me
there.
talk. I'll get to it in a minute. Hold on.
Not like him, though.
I don't need negativity in this stream, so
I don't.
everybody's getting timed out. I tried to explain several things, but I got like 50 different people messaging negativity, which is something I don't need, and neither does my friend.
Now, again, I do want to say, with everything going ahead, this guy has been charged. He has not been convicted. It's always innocent until proven guilty, but like going ahead in this video, the way he talks about this situation, he's basically admitting everything and showing next to no remorse about it. Now, this account the guy had was very, very small. And obviously what happened when people kind of realized who he was, people piled in and started to use the TTS system to actually call him out for what he was accused of.
Why are we running people over?
And then 12 minutes into the stream, I guess Saul Goodman reached out to him or something, because he goes like all kind of stoic saying, you know, I'm not authorized to talk about the situation. But he does say in a neighboring town, there were 2 girls that were killed in a hit and run. And then he alludes to the fact that he's not guilty by saying that there's been a lot of misinformation going around on the internet.
It's been a fun, long.
To expand our business.
That's one way of putting it.
As you may have heard, a Hatikva freighter was destroyed earlier today. It seems that the Scale Plate Pact don't like the idea of us going clean.
Unfortunately, this is what happens when you act on bad intent.
That's something we're looking to improve on. If you're willing, I'd like you to help us. Our goal is to break all ties with Scale Plate, while making sure they don't continue harassing us.
Easier said than done. And with the right preparation. I'll be on my ship. I look forward to working with you.
He's nothing if not confident.
Maybe this game's really, really good. I don't know.
Warp drive active.
So, what do you say? Glad to hear it. I'll let Dal know. Just follow his instructions and you'll be fine. Why don't you go chase Dal down? I'm sure he'd want to show off his ship.
Is there a view out of her window? There is. It's fucking beautiful.
Mako.
Oops. I like that there's no music in this station. It's actually kind of cool. Oh, damn. Look at, like, wow, we're, like, outside. See, the game is cool. I could sink my teeth into it for a little while. I've done it before. I set up a mining empire before, and I kind of wish I had that saved, but I don't. I don't know what happened to it. Yeah, do I lose the save?
Attention all departing pilots. Pirates have been seen in the sector. Be careful.
See, where does X4 save? Oh, there it is, Ego Soft. So X4. So in my backups, no, it's not here. Fuck. I don't know. I don't know. So this is his fucking sweet ship. And I'm like gonna go on it. I wonder if we go like fly off somewhere. Wow. Del Busta.
Ah, Captain, welcome aboard my ship. She's a beauty, isn't she?
She is, yeah.
She's equipped with the
You
best
should give her to
space
me.
and computing technology around. And you couldn't ask for a better crew. Handpicked them myself. So, what can I do for you? I'm here to give Hatikva options on how to deal with their scale plate problem. I specialize in analyzing and resolving troublesome situations. But to do that, I need reliable information. You ready to get started? I'm here to give Hatikva options. I specialize in analyzing and resolving troublesome situations. But to do that, I need reliable information. The Hatikva Free League has spent a lot of effort getting closer to the Argon Federation, as well as presenting itself as an up-and-coming economic power. It was decided that dealings with Scaleplate were to be scaled down in order to smooth any relations with local law enforcement. Scaleplate has taken this as an affront to their operations in the area. Now they want to play dirty. Eager to get started? How about we give you a nice, simple task to begin with? We need more information regarding scale plate supply lines and distribution methods. Anything to help us in predicting their movements and behavior. It's also something the local law enforcement would be interested in knowing. You'll be acquiring that data from one of their stations. For that, you'll need a computer worm to confuse their security protocols. Lucky for you, we can have one prepared in no time. You'll need a nimble ship, perhaps a scout, just in case you need to get out of there quick. We'll send you the worm program when it's ready. You ready to get started? Good luck out there. You ready to get started? You ready to get started?
Mako.
We've uploaded the worm to your ship database. Don't worry, it won't do anything to your systems.
Ma'am.
The safest method of delivery is through an external vulnerability. You can usually find some on poorly maintained stations. We leave it up to you which station to target. Just let the program do its thing.
Docking granted. Successfully docked. Argon Trading Station.
So I can remember the controls right away.
Osaka.
Patrol Destroyer Osaka, Terran Protectorate.
Mako.
Oh, it's auto saving. Oops. Oh, I'm making a lot of LP. It's going to be a lot of money.
The ship will be undocking soon. The ship will be undocking soon.
I canceled them by mistake. Yeah, mule, take me out of here. I'm gonna do things in this game that I find fun, which is like having him tax me around places, look at the Empire, have him fight stuff, because now I've got 2 ships, so they're probably way more likely.
Mako.
Do I have to like talk to you
Can
until
I
you
help?
proceed? Go. God damn it. Cool.
Found something out here.
Press F. Collect the lockbox.
Peregrine. Sentinel.
I just want to let the game happen to me, honestly. I don't care, frankly. I don't care about money or anything. I don't know. I'm supposed to, I'm going to do a different mission, though. This mission sucks. I mean, I can just take it, right? It doesn't have a timer, does it? No, I don't think so. Let's do... Oh, that's Kingdom Man, Project Genesis, the Envoy, and the Hyperion. Set this one to active, the Hyperion. And this is taking me to some crazy place. Yeah, let's go to this. Go to that. Or whatever. He's like going to collect some lockbox somewhere. Oh yeah, he is. He is. He's like slowly going to get this lockbox right there. Cool. Yeah, get me money. Get me money. $15, little man. Put that shit in my hand. If you don't, you owe me. Owe me. Oh. That jungle love. Oh, we, yo. Morris Days, a smooth pimp. Jungle love. Oh, we, yo. Jungle love. Now, what did I get? I don't see what I got. What's in this ship's inventory now? I don't really understand why we're not on the highway. Is the pilot just bad? Or I don't know. So we're done with this. I'm looting. Take a look, see, and see if there's something else. There might be, yeah. Cool. Nope.
Entering system. Silent witness.
Okay, so nice. Yeah, we're gonna go to a scout. 15,000 loyalty. Yeah. Cool. It's like doing what I told it to do. That's good. I like how AFK the game is. Like Mortal.
Entering system. 18 billion.
Right. But I need to explain some things that have happened over the past few days, and I'm not going to talk much about it. In a neighboring town, unfortunately, 2 girls were killed in a hit and run crash. There has been a lot of misinformation going on over the internet, but I will say this. I wish my sincerest condolences to those 2 girls lost in that tragic accident.
And then he also claims, as well on top of that, that there's more to the story that people don't know about.
It is an absolute unfortunate situation, and there's more to the story that you're not getting. But when the time comes, I will explain it in greater detail. I'm not authorized to talk about the whole thing. I'm not going to give you any more information.
Now, looking at the stream right now, post-stream, because YouTube collects the views, it has over 100,000 views on an account that doesn't even have 300 subscribers. So I feel like to start a stream, to talk about it, and then say you can't talk about it,
Nobody will
it's so
sub to
hard
him.
for anyone to be on your side. And then he also goes on to basically say that like people are wrong for making threats to his family.
Kill 2 girls.
About, like, you know, really hateful messages.
But I will say this. Making threats against my family will not be tolerated. My cousin has received hateful messages over social media about this whole spiel, and he's had to unfollow me on everything because of this whole drama. Why are you guys getting him involved? If you hate me, you hate me. If you don't, you don't. You're opening up Pandora's box, getting family involved. And that just does not sit right with me.
Now, again, I do want to say he's been charged. He has not been convicted at the time of recording. But the way he talks about this, like he talks about this in such a nonchalant way, even saying like people using this spiel and, you know, it won't be tolerated. It's very weird. Like, I'm not sure what information this guy is sat on in any way to prove this, you know, that everyone in this situation is wrong. He is 100% innocent. And then, like so many Americans, claims that he's in like the hands of Jesus and then continues to stream MLB.
Regardless of what happens, if you don't see me streaming for a little bit, you'll understand why.
Why is there this huge thing for MLB The Show? Are you doing this on a PlayStation?
This will be in the hands of Jesus. Everything will be okay. I will get this sorted out.
You killed 2 girls and you're playing The Show on your PlayStation.
And I plan to keep continuing playing co-op.
Are you
with my
bad?
best friend Evan. He has stuck by me through the whole side, and I want to thank him for that.
Like, this stream is just, it is the worst thing to sit through. Again, like, I can't say that this guy did it because he hasn't been convicted of it yet. He has only been charged. I will be honest with you here. The only way that this guy did not do it is if they've somehow ID'd the wrong person. Someone that looks very similar to him. White guy with glasses, plays MLB all day, I'm guessing. Because the way that he's talking acts like he's basically done nothing wrong. He even makes this bizarre statement saying that more needs to be done to basically address mental health.
I really think there needs to be more.
I drove, I don't know, 190 miles today. I do things.
To address mental health in this state. I've been bullied, ridiculed, and stuff over false allegations, okay?
I can play Mortal all day if I want.
Happened in the past. There's more to this story. It'll come out in the future.
I mean, I'm going through the stream now, and the way that he talks about it is like it's an inconvenience. You know, it's like, you know, mental health, it's so important. This whole thing that happened, this inconvenience, it is just complete whiplash to watch through. It almost makes you think if the guy even did it in the first place, because like there is no way that you have someone that has committed the crimes that he's being charged with at the time of recording, and he seems so nonchalant about it, even saying at one point that like he's not going to stop streaming or he might take a hiatus. It is so, watching this stream is like a Twilight Zone episode. He also claims that he's being bullied over false allegations, and it's like, okay, so the false allegations are what? Being accused of murder? I was about to turn into a Jesus, man, like this video is turning me into like RFK or something. And he goes on to this whole speech saying that he's 17, he's a nice kid, he's got a family, and then he blames New Jersey for not doing enough about mental health. And then he also says that he's been bullied in the past and people should be nicer to each other.
I don't plan to go anywhere anytime soon regarding streaming, but if I do end up taking a hiatus, I'm telling you guys why. I really think New Jersey needs to do a better job addressing this mental health crisis because I've been through way too much. I'm a nice kid. I'm 17 years old. With a
You're
good family by my
17?
side. I really
You're 17 and you kill 2 girls? Or at least that's what they say.
think you all should be a lot nicer to each other. If anything happens, I'm going to give you all some advice. If you get bullied and ridiculed in school about, you know, stuff that people hate you, I would tell your counselor immediately. And, you know, before the shit gets out of hand, you got to address all these things because I'll tell you what, the amount of bullying that I've been put through in the past has been absolutely absurd.
And again, going over this, it is complete whiplash. It really is. Obviously,
What about the girls?
Everyone is just already assuming the guy's guilty.
What about the girls? What about the girls?
Sociopath.
Don't care about you. What about the girls?
No feelings. And if he's done this, and that's the case, definitely. Like, if he did this, what he's being charged with, murdering 2 people by running them over with intent, first-degree murder, and he's acting so nonchalant, the guy's a psychopath. But then he also seems to keep saying over and over, these are false allegations, there's more to the story. And the thing is, like, I feel like if you're being accused of first-degree murder, you don't say there's more to the story. Either it happened or it didn't happen. Again, the only way, I feel like I need like a third eye for this video, but like I feel the only way that this person can actually be proven to be correct is mistaken identity. Like they've charged the wrong person. But he's not even saying that. He's not even saying that it's not him. He's just saying there's more to it. Now, he also has a TikTok account that had around 40,000 followers, but it has been taken down, I'm assuming like mass reported. And people also found his Twitter as well, but there's really nothing there, you know, just talking about MLB and like a bunch of support for Andrew Tate. Now, I know I've said this multiple times, like I'm shadowing a lawyer, but the guy has not been convicted yet, and there is actually no confirmation of his involvement because, you know, he's too young, he's 17 to be named legally. But the way that he talks, it's like he's implicated.
Yeah, if he did it when he was 17, he'll be out by the time he's 27. It's insane, but it's true.
In this situation, and then people in chat are actually claiming it was him before he.
Well, I don't know. If he's depraved intent and he just ran them down in cold blood, they might be a little nastier. Maybe give him 15 years, 20. So he's out by the time he's 35, 37 something. Maybe it would be my guess.
Even spoke about
this
it.
video will definitely poison the judge further against him.
But I'm not going to do it with people.
And the judge will lecture him.
Okay, you know what? Now I'm really thinking if I should really do this.
Did you
Now,
kill
CBS
two
News
girls?
Did do an article, and obviously they couldn't.
Did you
name
kill
because
two
of legal
girls?
reasons pretty similar to the UK. If you're under 18, you can't be named. Your identity, no matter how abhorrent the crime, is protected unless the judge kind of overrules it. But that isn't too common. But they've even said that the person who committed the crime was 17, and the kid in the stream also said that he was 17.
I'm 17 years old.
Now, obviously, you know, comparing two ages, that's like, you know, the biggest nothing burger. But it's, again, in the stream, he never denies what he's being accused of. He basically says, you're missing context. The truth will come out soon. And also, New Jersey needs to work on their mental health. Now, one of the scariest things about the fact that a 17-year-old has been charged with first-degree murder, which again is with intent, is because apparently this guy was stalking his victims. You can even see here, like, she made complaints and nothing was done. Relatives and friends of the victims claim the two girls knew the driver. They also said a restraining order was filed against the young man after he allegedly stalked one of the victims. Now, one of the worst things about these crimes is when it's committed by someone who has their identity withheld. We're in the age where everyone speculates, everyone tries to, you know, try to find who it is. Like, for example, with this stream of this kid, and he's talking in the most insane, bizarre, like Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde ways. But also, unfortunately, there have been people that have been caught in the crossfire, and they've also been accused, because all that's publicly available right now that, you know, that is legal to say is there's a 17-year-old, we can't name who. Oh, yeah, he ran over and killed two girls. But we can't tell you who it is, though. Of course you're going to speculate over that. I mean, here's a good example. You even had the chief of police that had to come out and basically say, oh yeah, my son's 17 as well, but he didn't do the homicide. Now, here's one very, very crucial detail. Obviously, they can't legally name who it is because, you know, they'll get shut down, subpoenaed, whatever. But one thing they did let slip, which is basically alluding to a certain conclusion, is the suspect has an online following and posted about the crash. He was an online gamer with thousands of social media followers and even addressed the deaths and his detainment during a live stream posted onto YouTube the day after the deadly crash. He was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. Now, again, you're probably thinking they're saying that this guy has thousands of followers, but his YouTube account only has 200 subscribers, so surely that's the wrong person, right? But then you can see his socials like Twitter, Instagram. Instagram, he only has like a couple hundred followers again, but if you search the name VinnyBat118 and then go onto his TikTok, 39.5 thousand followers. I think that is what they could have possibly based it off. Now, I did stumble on the TikTok account and I was like, surely this is like a coincidence or it's like a name that someone else took, but like it literally has it in his YouTube about section. Now, unless someone, I don't know, hacked into his account and changed the about section to like incriminate him overnight, like he's completely done nothing wrong, which I find very hard to believe the way that he was acting on stream, like the answer is right there. Like, again, if this guy did it and his biggest issue is talking about negativity in the chat and then going on a whole spiel about mental health, it's like he goes on and he says there's more context, there's things that you don't know about. Unless this was a massive plot to frame this innocent person who did nothing wrong, this is absolutely psychotic.
Sorry about that. Okay, so I have to go get my cat. I'll be right back. Sissy. Come on, kitty. Sorry, I don't mean to blind you there, kitty. Good kitty. Good kitty, good kitty. Thank you for coming when I called you. You're such a good kitty. I'm sorry I couldn't be here last night. I'm sorry I couldn't get to you last night. I came looking for you, kitty. Yes, we get you some food. How's the kitty? You doing good? You doing good, kitty? Oop. Sorry. Okay. So first, oops. Don't worry. Okay, kitty. Are you ready? Yeah, you happy, kitty? Oh, here you go. Oh, yeah. Enjoy, kitty. Some treats as well, kitty. And then have some dirty as well. Okay, there's the water. Is that a happy kitty? I think she is. Pretty happy kitty. Welcome home. Okay, sorry about that. Now, what else? Aeon 2.
Okay, what up, friendos, and welcome back, fellow gamers. Today we're talking about possibly one of the worst reveals of a monetization plan for a video game ever. And that's from somebody who has made it, you know, part of my job and online persona to cover monetization of games for the last 4 years. And of course, we're talking about the MMO genre because what games are monetized worse and what games come out from South Korea all the time that have bad monetization. Of course, it's MMORPGs because we haven't been punished enough for enjoying a genre that realistically hasn't evolved in 20 fucking years, other than ways to bend you over, flop out the cock, and surprise, you know where this is going. That's the MMO genre, especially when it's coming out of Korea. So Aeon, obviously Aeon 2 is a successor to a game that a lot of people enjoyed back in the day, which obviously went incredibly pay to win eventually, got worse and worse, and then they released a classic version of the game, which they also did the same thing too. And then, of course, NCSoft, renowned for releasing all their games on mobile and just repeatedly shoveling dirt on their name and the legacy of some of their more beloved titles, decided
like Lineage.
that, okay, we'll release Aeon 2. It will also be mobile, which is a problem in and of itself to everyone that has a functional fucking brain, which unfortunately some fans of this game absolutely don't.
I don't know, they put one human on mobile.
That's always funny. But they announced the monetization, you know, clearing up the misinformation, talking about the monetization of this game. And it is one of the most egregious, one of the worst I've ever seen. How do you get worse than Black Desert Online? You know, how do you get worse than Lost Ark? Well, let me tell you, you get made by NCSoft. This game will not only have one subscription, it will have two. What's the fucking... oh, but we already had breakfast. What about second breakfast? What about second subscription? What about Battle Pass? Why don't we just have $50+ of monthly required to keep up with content payments? Not only is it monthly, it's 28 days. It's not even a calendar month. It's not even you pay for the month of November. You pay for 28 days, which means you're going to end up paying more on your multiple monthly subscriptions for what is basically a mobile game wearing a trench coat, because it's NCSoft, it's a mobile game, it's mobile and PC, but it's going to be monetized, designed and play like a mobile port game would do, because of course it's being made that way. But of course when they announced this, they said, you know, subscription. Oh, let's talk about the subscription. They originally, in their first video, said, oh, we're going to have a subscription, of course, an optional subscription, but we're not really sure what price we're going to have. You know, it could be $15, which would still be high on the industry standard for subscriptions for these games. That would be like the most premium of the premium subscriptions for games that don't have incredibly egregious cash shops and convenience and pay to win, such as World of Warcraft. You can obviously argue World of Warcraft sells the WoW token, which makes it pay to win. But if you're having a conversation about pay to win, first you have to understand that there is levels to what gold does in the design of the game. Disingenuous.
Yeah, gold won't just buy you. It'll buy you a set, which skips a lot. For an exorbitant amount of money. Like, you know, hundreds of dollars. And yeah, you could skip if you don't want to do a season, you for some reason want to skip through WoW, you can. But I've always thought of it as more of a kind of a pitfall for people like me who did it for 17 years. Yeah, I've spent some money on some WoW coin, probably about $200 something.
To say that like buying gold in WoW has the same impact on the game as like buying gold in your average Korean MMO.
Hello,
of course,
kitty.
you can buy gold in WoW and then use that to pay for boosts and get all the gear on your character.
But you have basically
But there's certain
been
things you
skipped
still
the
have to
entire
do.
game, and also that gear is not going to allow you to just like beat other people because you just press a button and one shot them. Like the mechanics that play in these games are completely different, and that's why pay to win is more egregious when you can buy gold in certain games.
Kitty.
Of course, you can buy gold in most games now. Most have like a Plex system, subscription bonds in old school RuneScape, things like that. But this is not going to only have one competitive with the most premium games out there subscription. It's going to have fucking two. Because the guy came out and he was like, oh, we don't know, it might be $15. And then the other guy was like, oh, it might be $29. And then they said, oh, actually, no, we're going to have two subscriptions. A convenience subscription.
Hi, sissy.
Of course, very
I
convenient.
love you,
And
sissy.
a premium subscription. And the way that they described the premium subscription was basically like, oh, you'll get to play the game more. You'll get to have more fun out of what the game is. Which, if you know anything about Korean and mobile MMO design, this is basically going to mean, okay, you have X amount of tickets or time in this thing that drops the best loot, or amount of times you can open a dungeon loot capsule or whatever, and having the premium subscription will give you more of that. So it will immediately already be incredibly pay to win, even ignoring the fact that the convenient one will also be pay to win, because anything that's convenient is, but I mean, it's in the fucking title, isn't it? It's something that's more convenient is better. That it might as well just be a synonym at that point, convenience and pay to win. And then, of course, not only that, they are going to sell gold, because of course they are. And it's a Korean mobile MMO. So what's gold going to do? Probably fucking most things. You are just going to be able to, they've even said pretty much all gear in the game is going to be tradable. Crafting will be providing the best in slot PvE items. All crafted items are tradable. It's going to be pay to win, isn't it? You're just going to be able to fucking sell and buy gear for gold that you bought with real money. So yeah, it's already there. The writing's on the wall. It's already right there. And then of course they also have enhancement, because of course they do. How else are you going to fucking nickel and dime everyone in the game? 100% success up to +10, and after +10, possible failure, but no breaking/de-leveling. Fucking fantastic. And each failure raises the next success chance. Oh, great. Amazing. Fucking great fun. Most items in the game are bind on equip. I wonder why they've done that. I mean, I prefer bind on equip, but obviously in a game that's going to be incredibly pay to win, this is going to compound that issue. Console release confirmed for the future. It won't last that long. It won't, this is not going to last that long. It is what it is. What the game looks like, right? Let me open another tab, because I actually want to show you something from that one that will just, prove the point. But this is what the game looks like, right? It looks like a pretty decent game in terms of the graphics and the open world. Don't get me wrong. You'll never catch me saying a bad word about Korean MMOs in terms of generally combat,
art,
generally
combat,
open worlds, and generally being in the game world, and how cool it is. That they do that stuff better than anyone else in the genre. It is what it is. Go play Throne of Liberty, go play Chrono Odyssey. These games, being in the game world, feels great. The open world is really cool. It's really vibrant usually. Chrono Odyssey obviously was very fucking muddy and murky, which wasn't great. But the actual aesthetic, the actual traversing the world, feeling like you're in the game, really cool. Combat generally, really cool. They do that great. Everything else, Korean MMOs, are fucking absolutely dreadful. Looks like it's going to have PvE content that sticks to the Holy Trinity, tank healer, DPS, and all that good stuff. So there is possibility of having deep PvE engagements and things. It does look like a game that I'd probably try out. But obviously the combat and everything about this game is going to be completely fucking marred down in the bogs of mobile design. And there are some delusional people out there like this guy. Why Aeon 2 being cross-platform PC plus mobile is not a problem. And then he goes through this whole fucking list of just pure
once
opium.
human. Yeah.
Because if you played games before, you know that this is true. Everything from the way that you play the game, the design, the combat, the fucking
I know it.
Every aspect, the monetization, every aspect of the game is changed by the game being designed for mobile first. If you've got RuneScape, right, old school RuneScape, it's been on PC for 20 years or whatever, and then you have a mobile port of that. That's not the same as the game being made from the ground up, being like, oh, this is definitely going on mobile. Just look at Albion. Like, the game is infinitely worse as a game to actually play and like going around in the world and the limitations the game has to have because of the game being on mobile. This is just true. And then obviously you play any game that's going to be on mobile, you know they're going to overly monetize it. It is what it is. And they're going to use the same systems. Oh, you can only go on this zone for 1 hour per day. Buy this thing and you can go in for 2. Buy another thing and you can reset that and you can go in for 2 hours again. It is what it is. This is what the fucking games are. When you even see this game, you can't even really tell how much of it is tap target, how much of it is action combat. It just looks weird. Well, apparently this guy made a correction here. So originally people thought it was going to be a convenience sub, a premium sub, and a battle pass, which would mean you'd be paying 50 bucks.
Hands-on historian. I'm casting for posterity. Well, I'm on the heels of an old ship prototype that shouldn't exist. I feel everyone should know about it.
Turn my sound down.
Oh, so you did listen in on my casts. Yes, the Hyperion, an old parented prototype from long ago. It took me ages to track it down. Yes, thank you. Except that it's still active. Someone or something is commanding it. I wasn't prepared for that. No, not really. Well, kind of, maybe, possibly. Listen. Okay, yes, I need assistance. Will you help me? Oh, that's brilliant! Let me upload the tracking info to your onboard computer, and let's get on with it.
Cool.
Mako.
Can I help? Good. Bye.
Can't see my mouse. Where's my mouse? Hi, kitty. It's not letting me press.
Plus dollars per month, or however long a battle pass season is in this game, but undoubtedly like $34 anyway. No matter what, this is $34 a month. Want to be even slightly fucking near the sweats and the neckbeards and the pay to winners, you're going to need to pay $34 a month, or just heavily swipe in other areas. If you want to remain even remotely near the front runners, you're
For
going
that
to
crappy
pay
game.
$34 per month, no matter what with this. And then
I'm not doing that.
whatever else is on top.
I'm struggling to want to pay $10 for my favorite game, or like $15 for my favorite game. No. The games are good. I'm happy with them.
Mako.
And they're deep, but they're still lacking, sort of. there's a bunch of good games, but they've also been lacking lately. I like this game, but it makes me think too much. It doesn't play well with others, and the graphics aren't that good. I don't know. They're not my favorite graphics. They're muddy. Kind of pasteled out a bit. Uh, Hey? Oh, it's a good kitty. Oh, you got your little pad. I'm going to pull you over. Hi, kitty.
Because don't forget, it isn't just the subs, it isn't just the buying gold, it isn't just the fact that they'll have, full cosmetics in the game and everything else will look like shit. There'll also be convenience aspects like, oh, you can buy these things to give you more inventory or more looting capabilities or whatever it's going to be. It just will have that. This game is going to cost more than buying every Game of the Year contender game monthly just to remain even remotely near the top couple of percent of people that are playing it, if that was something you were going to do. It's absolutely crazy. And then, of course, there is probably the most delusional person I've ever seen talking about a video game posting on Reddit. And this guy's profile is fucking hilarious. Look at this dude. He posts nothing but Aeon 2 content. He only posts comments in the Aeon subreddit or dispelling the myth of Westerners about Korean games. Look at this guy. If you want to see what, like being punch drunk in boxing or whatever, where, somebody's really groggy and probably concussed, this guy's cock drunk from from monetization in Korean games. Just straight cock drunk from just gobbling it. What? An Aeon 2 post on the MMORPG subreddit. Quick, everyone, let's all hate on it by spewing inaccuracies. Another fucking fantastic individual. He quotes, inaccuracies? Nah, lol, it's 100% systematic delusion, paid hatred, intentional disinformation, and more. Welcome to the Western devolution affecting the niche gaming genre, which is the most played genre in the East, ironically. Relevance. We're not in the East. Go and speak Korean about this. Go and speak Chinese about this. Go and speak Thai about that. Go to the East and talk about this. We're not in the East, are we? We're in the fucking West. You're on a Western forum speaking a Western fucking language. What relevance does this have? Oh, it's popular over there. So are many other things you don't do. Idiot. Ironically, this has been going stronger since the epic comeback of NCSoft on the PC platform with Throne and Liberty. Epic comeback. Shall we look?
Epic comeback.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I was like, should I go play 15 Throne of Liberty? I was like, what could the pop be? It couldn't possibly be more than 30K.
Well, you look at the epic comeback. Oh my god. John, look at it.
Bro, It's at the lowest. It's at almost
The epic
almost
comeback.
the lower play count it's ever had. Where's this epic comeback, bro?
Is it a paid
By the
shill
way,
for Throne of Liberty? It is.
NCSoft don't not make money, do they? They make loads of money. You know how they make loads of money? With fucking microtransactions for mobile games.
For
Bear in
idiots.
mind that before Throne and Liberty, the last time the Lineage franchise had an actual non-mobile game was like 20 years ago, bro. Like, and that franchise has earned billions of dollars. And then he says it's a true AAA quality PC only MMO, 10 years in development, and the content speaks for itself, let alone the technology and the optimization with a new standard that sets the bar too high for any future MMO title. Jesus Christ, brother. Fucking let go of it. You've got to fucking cock. Craziness. And then obviously people are responding to this as if this is like a real human being. He's not. He's completely lobotomized from being so cock drunk. Brother in arms, let them burn watching us enjoy Eastern MMOs. Nobody's saying don't enjoy the games, by the way. If you enjoy Eastern MMOs, more power to you. I enjoy Eastern MMOs for the very limited time that I can turn off my brain from the fact that they are trying to fuck me. Like, as soon as I start actually thinking, like, oh, the bright lights have gone away, the big boober's gone away, you know, oh, my eyes are getting cleared, then you notice the fucking veil parts. It's like when I played Lost Ark. Oh, this game's good. This game's really cool. Oh, my God, I'm having such a good time. 3 weeks later, I don't want to look into this anymore. It is literally just a fucking daily sim. And if you miss one day, you're like, oh, shit, that feels bad. Miss another day. Actually, fuck this game. This is bad. It's terrible game design. It is what it is. Korea is not America nor Europe. You would think you would understand that if it wasn't for the fact that you're saying that it's popular in the East, therefore relevant to people speaking about it in the West. It ain't. Never mind, you didn't even open the article. No wonder. You live in your own heads and think everything on Earth is about you and only you. Lemfow. What a fucking Melvin. Then, of course, Canon had a video posted. He didn't post the video, of course, because nobody sane posts their own video in the MMORPG subreddit, because that place is fucking hell on earth. Canon's video got posted where he's talking about how bad the pay-to-win
That place is hell on earth.
Which is.
You know, I visited that the first time today. I was like, if there was a Reddit that I would go to willingly, it would probably be about MMOs, right? So I went there, and it was hell on earth. He's absolutely right. I was like, nope. Oh God, the word woke came up a lot. I don't know.
If you're a normal person, if you ever sit down and think, okay, let me defend this company that historically has made.
There's a funny Reddit called Gamer Pals, which is just all female gamers. And I was like, oh my God, it's the promised land. And I was like, with this kind of power, you know, and I looked at it and I was like, no, it's entirely dudes, isn't it? It is. It's entirely dudes. I went scrolling through it and like, sometimes there's some really positive women in there and they have good conversations, but then there's crab apples and dudes. I know there's dudes in there. There's dudes in there. You can smell them. Smell like the basement and beard, you know?
Pay-to-win games, and he's telling me there's going to be $34 of subscriptions per month, not even per month, per 28 days, in my slopped out mobile MMORPG that comes from a company that has slopped out an MMO every couple of years that's also on mobile and has the exact same issues present every single fucking time. I'm going to sit here and defend this, knowing all of these things. Brother, you have no right to
I better
people.
leave.
You are a fucking idiot. Like, you are a base
No,
level,
maybe not.
fucking educationally subnormal moron. I'm sorry to tell
Cat
you.
Navy
so
issue.
He goes, oh, don't listen to Canon. He's spreading false information. Price is not official, and he knows it. You don't have to know the official prices. If they say a number,
This guy might be
you
hunting
look at the
for
number
me.
and go, that's bad. You're going off the only information you have. For you to say anything otherwise, you do not understand where you should even levy criticism or when criticism is useful or why being outraged about something that is outrageous is a good thing as a consumer. Of course you don't know because, again, you're fucking milking it, aren't you? You're just on your knees. Canon was not invited to the NA Indoors test for Aeon 2 and he's not getting any attention from NCSoft. That's why he's being negative. There you go then. oh, Daddy didn't notice me. You want the attention of NCSoft so bad that you think that would change anybody's mind about anything. Like,
I hate betas.
Canon has
I
more
don't do them
access
anymore.
to NCSoft and these Korean developers. I know for a fact he does, by the way. You should know for a fact he does because of the content he's made with these developers and speaking to them and being at these places and knowing people behind the scenes. He's probably got more access than anybody else posting any content in the West on these games. So to say otherwise means that you are in fact the ones saying false information. You're just creating, dear diary, today Canon did this thing. Fuck it, mate, come on. Other well-known Final Fantasy XIV streamers translated all live streams and confirmed the company is heading in the right direction and the monetization is very close to Final Fantasy XIV. Oh my, mate, fuck off. Take a day off. Take a break. What has gone wrong, bro, in this guy's brain? What? Remember, this is a free-to-play game, so it's already, you're fucking 3 words away from saying it's close to Final Fantasy XIV, contradicting yourself. It's nothing like it. And then this dude goes, the combat doesn't look any better than Throne of Liberty. It doesn't, by the way. Just, eyeball it, it doesn't. And this dude responds, therapy, it's good for you. Oh my God. Oh, mate, you need fucking conversion therapy because of how cock drunk you are from NCSoft. It's crazy. And then somebody responds and absolutely fucking nukes this guy. Says the guy who copy pastes same weird misinformation under every comment canon related. What a fucking idiot, clown emoji. Yeah, you've got him down to a T, nailed him. And then he's, of course, still posting on the MMO subreddit, the most normal MMO subreddit. Bro, if you go on the MMO subreddit and everyone's downvoting you and you just constantly post shit like this, how are you the weird one in that subreddit? What level of fucked up do you have to be? It is clearly significantly less pay to win than Throne of Liberty and all Korean MMOs that ever existed before it. He's not even played it. He's not even played the game. He's got $34 of monthly subscriptions. Clearly less pay to win, by the way. Fuck me. I should have stayed in bed. Please check some basic info about the games before spreading things. Brother, please check your ass before spreading it for this developer. Have you seen the almost better than BDO's? I mean, BDO came out, fucking 13 years ago or something?
Yep.
I should hope it should be better. It probably isn't, though, of course. He's the MMO Bite 2.0. I like how that's an insult. Oh, shit, that's funny. They've already found a successful and fair medium to the free-to-play route last year, which, with the reconstruction and the new direction of the company, some of it is shown in Throne of Liberty. If Throne of Liberty is a fair and successful free-to-play route, you just need your fucking head examining, brother. They do upgrade. They do guarantee upgrades actually much faster than and easier than in any MMO right now. Have you played Throne of Liberty? They'll be doing the same thing in Aeon 2, and even more casual friendly this time. I give up, bro. I enjoy without spending, thank you. You keep up the American delusion. I wonder where this dude's from, other than, of course, the shadow realm of mental illness. I understand that over half of this video has probably just been reading this guy's comments, but it's just too good not to. This, by the way, is my entire life, right? If I open my YouTube comments ever and I've made a video talking about something, which could be as simple as today we're doing a math problem. 2 + 2 = 4. There will be inevitably a small percentage of people that comment on that video that are just so fucking delusionally unwell. This is just me opening up and sharing the experience of reading those comments with you guys. This is just the average experience of when you open something and go, $34 of subscriptions per month in a video game is bad. And then this is their response. Any reasonable human ever would think 34. What can you get for $34 per month as an entertainment product? Even with the 50% increase in Game Pass that just happened, you could get Ultimate Game Pass for more than a month and get access to 400 video games. Some of the best games ever made, by the way. Or you could have 28 days in fucking slopped out dogshit mobile MMORPG from NCSoft number 37. We go. Hopefully you enjoyed today's video. I can't believe that a company is going to turn around to people and go, "Oh, here's the premium sub." Any sub is premium, by the way. If you're paying monthly
Any
for a
sub
product,
is
that is the
premium.
definition of a premium.
That is premium,
service.
you idiot.
But we have the convenience and the premium sub. Honestly, what are they going to start naming things now? The ultra sub. If you pay for this, you are the ultra sub. You're fucking, you are on your knees. It is what it is. But there we go. Thanks for watching as always. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. Check out the sponsors in the video link. And by sponsors, I mean the only company I ever work with, which is GamerSups. They help to keep the channel ad-free. And also my laziness and autism helps it be ad-free because I never replied. I replied to an email from a sponsor in 2 years. I just open the email, look at it and go, nah, I'm good. And just don't reply. But of course, GamerSups, great company to work with. Use my code, you'll get a discount. I'll get some of the money that you spent as a kickback. Win-win for everybody, and hopefully you enjoyed. Suggest content you want to see me cover in the future. Check my social medias, Patreon if you want to throw me a few dollars, and see you next time. Stay safe out there. We're out. Peace.
Now we are going to talk about the Global Samud Flotilla.
Lacks in length and fidelity, it makes up for by the fact, hey people, Seth here, pilgrimage. For some, this means visiting the Vatican or Mecca. For me, it's replaying my favorite game and subjecting my audience to a series
This is
of
your favorite
movie
game.
pixels. Might and Magic 7, for blood and honor. What it lacks in length and fidelity, it makes up for by the fact that it's better than any psychological Skitters box released today. There's a lot of party compositions, and technically, you could finish the game with anything, but it would be extremely painful. Coincidentally, the default is probably also the most complete experience. Behold, my party. We pick Goblin Knight for the smoker's voice.
You have to choose me.
A sorcerer and a cleric, so we can actually have fun. And my thief is simply a product of socioeconomic condition. Emerald Island is the tutorial zone that never returns
I mean, it's
to,
true.
which is a shame because it has one of my favorite tracks.
I love this shit.
I use the GOG copy of Might and Magic 7. By pure muscle memory, I start torrenting before remembering that I own it legally. And in real life, we use Gray Face's
I know,
patch
right?
for Might and Magic 7 to stretch for widescreen resolution, rearrange the UI, and give us mouse look. Convenience for me is a necessity for you. You're not going to survive the arrow keys. Lord Markham's
The convenience
treasure
for me
hunt
is
the
a
basis of our
necessity for
adventure.
you.
He wants to pawn off the shitty town of Harmondale in the middle of contested territory between Arathia and Tularia, which both sides believe rightfully belongs to them. We'll need several items. A red potion.
A perfect mix.
A seashell, which you can find stashed to the north. It's tradition for me to do none of the fighting, as I lure dragonflies to kill half the town. This time, I keep Mr. Malwick alive. His associates will have a favor to collect on in the future. It's a lot more fun this way. As for rigging the contest, we don't really need the wand, but it's useful later on. A hat, which you can trade for a red potion from Brent, a mentally challenged adventurer who can't make his own. A floor tile, which you get from the Temple of the Moon, along with getting ambushed by another adventurer for your hat, who is also mentally challenged, because there's one in the drawer right behind him. A longbow, which you find on the floor of the Dragon's Cave, along with the missing contestants, and possibly a dead party member if you're not fast enough.
Let's get out of here.
And a musical instrument. Wait, what? 500 gold? We'd love to pay you. But I have a different idea. Originally, I was going to lure her out of town with Alex Jones screaming and take it by force. But it turns out you can pickpocket by pressing control.
Alex
I
Jones
killed her
screaming.
anyway. Locating the missing contestants and completing the treasure hunt gets us a lot of experience. But we need just a little more.
I did it.
We've been on this island for so long, my party is starting to go insane.
We may have a problem with this one.
A worthy opponent? Whoa.
For a normal player, use Ring of Wheel, or you can sequence break your entire experience. Buff yourself with the Day of the Gods and Fire Resistance Shrine, and go back into the cave. Then, we spend the next 20 minutes kiting a red dragon, as we chip away at its health bar. Fun fact, endgame monsters such as dragons and titans have a chance of multi-looting. You click the body, you get items, and it doesn't disappear. And if it does, you just reload. After save scumming for several minutes, I have enough artifacts and equipment to completely spoil my enjoyment of the game. So we throw Taikisha becomes a victim of racial profiling and is banned from every store. We train to level 5.
Taikisha is raised a victim of racial profile.
But first, I have obligations to a client that pays invoices 3 months late. Because I'm not a bug chaser, I'm a bag chaser, and I'm addicted to the jingle of coin. Warning, under 18s may currently be watching this video. To verify that you're above 18, please open your mouth in front of your webcam. Good. Now move closer and smile for the camera. Goyim, thanks to new online regulations, scenes like these are happening all over the world. You could be next. That is, unless you make the most important decision of your life. Prove to yourself that you have the strength and courage to be free. Download ExpressVPN. What's a VPN? Well, let's check Wikipedia. Okay, let me just enter my driver's license, social security number, and Costco membership. Just need to submit these and submit my entire identity on a silver platter to every single website I log into. Because nothing says protecting the kids like forcing them to build their own perfect database to train AI deepfakes. What could possibly go wrong? So how about we just don't do that? There we go. ExpressVPN.
How about we just
works by
don't do
routing
that?
all of your online traffic through a secure encrypted tunnel. Any identifying information, most importantly, your location, will now come from the endpoint of this tunnel. So if your connection doesn't allow you to see the content you want, you can use ExpressVPN to move that connection to one of 105 countries where you can. Find out how you can get 4 months free by scanning the QR code on screen, clicking the link in the description box below, or by going to expressvpn.com/Seth. Despite being the newly made Lords of Harmondale, our own people treat us like dirt.
Need a new weapon? Thanks for nothing, moneybags.
The nerve.
It's worth visiting every house in town. Everyone has something to say, a quest to give, or skills to train. Additionally, you can hire NPCs. These can enhance your abilities or compensate for a lack of them. Officer, he's reaching. That was a close one. Generally, if they have a name,
Nicki
they can be
Minaj.
connected with, unless they're called peasants.
He named the mage Nicki Minaj. So dumb.
This is a default name, like a fantasy version of Muhammad. Say it in public, and 20 people turn around. First order of business. We need to talk to
Oh my god, if you say it in public, 20 people turn around.
Say it in public, and 20 people turn around. First order of business.
That's true.
We need to talk to our geriatric
Why was
butler.
Muhammad mentioned?
It seems our castle is overrun with goblins, and it's time to evict them. And now we draw straws for who gets to pick through the garbage.
I think I'm getting sick.
Oh.
The castle is still assault.
There was no real reason why he did that.
Along the way, we find out Darren's brother Elrond has disappeared. They were planning to trade Magic the Gathering cards, but as his brother plays a blue control deck, he is a
Cryptic Command.
And has taken up residence with the troglodytes in a cave to the south. We find no trace of him, only a deck of cards and his dead body. I guess we'll never truly know. Nearby, we can find the Arbiter, who acts as diplomatic mediator between the factions. More importantly, he can replace quest items without asking what I did to the last one. Before we proceed, we need promotions. Any skill in white can be trained. Any skill in yellow needs a promotion to attain, and those in red are restricted by your class. We could pursue anything, but personally, I hate walking. I want to fly and defecate openly on people's heads. To this end, we have to go to the worst area in the game, Bracada Desert. Nothing is reachable except by teleporter. Everything is a platforming nightmare, and there's a wishing well in town that only grants a single wish. Death.
I am so dead.
For the sorcerer promotion, we need to build a golem. Unfortunately, the eBay seller has misdelivered all the parts and offers no refund. We have to track them all down from a bill of sale. Naturally, none of this is explained to you. Also, the chest contains a faulty head, which will cause the golem to go berserk. So let's go get the real one. Next stop is Barrow Downs, another area that sucks. Ghosts cause artificial aging. Gods explode on death. And I failed to disarm the next chest.
Oops.
Good thing I have insurance. Next is Tatalia. I meant to have water walking to reach this island, but that's skill points I don't want to spend.
Though you have been defeated, death is not your fate today.
I'm starting to think disarm trap expert might not be enough. Okay, I got humbled. Water walking is a necessity for the Avlee shipment. I got murked by the water elemental several times and had to reload. But it's all worth it, because the last 2 shipments are in Deja.
Whoa.
We trail around town to avoid a restraining order, slaughter some harpies, and get our remaining parts. We assemble our golem and turn our sorcerer into a wizard. Now we're traversing in style. You don't have to do it in this order, but it makes our other promotions easier. For Knight to Cavalier, we have to clear out a haunted house in Barrow Downs, during which Rogan develops
God,
a
this game
blue-eyed
looks like it
stare.
sucks.
Unfortunately, the only person who can cure paralysis is currently paralyzed. So I have to reload. Or if you think you're right,
So I have to reload. So I have to reload.
British teenagers.
That's single player games for you.
Inside the rankest septic tank sewer gutter. And then we need to pay Lord Markham a visit and dash out with his antique vase. This is widely considered to be one of the hardest first promotions, which can also be completed in under 12 seconds. And finally, for Cleric to Priest, we need to find the navigational map to Evermorn Islands.
Sorry.
With everyone, now's a good time to visit the Warlocks and learn Master Water Magic. Unfortunately, they're only accessible through a set of shitty tunnels under Stone City. Beholders put you to sleep and make you insane, and Minotaur Lords have a chance to cause instant death. We're not even going to try fighting them right now. Instead, we go invisible and sneak past them. Mind the hitboxes. Even a light brush against a frenulum.
You're dead.
For us.
Yep.
Town Portal is a major convenience for getting around, which is why the trainer has to be located in the most inconvenient location in the game. As our party is geared and skilled up,
The trainer is in the most inconvenient location in the game.
Unfortunately, Taikisha is arrested for an unpaid parking ticket, and we go to prison. A year later,
he gets a parking ticket and we go to prison.
We finally talk to the king.
For a year, and he wasn't kidding either, I think.
Location in the game.
I love Seth Greensage. He's so fucking funny.
As our party is geared and skilled up.
This is why you can't pay me to play these single-player games, because some of them are like this. It's like, it's like I'd have to have a guide. I'd have to have a guide to know all this. How he knows it is because he's just done it so many times that he just,
We can proceed with the story.
Oh, what a waste of time.
Unfortunately, Taikisha is arrested for an unpaid parking ticket.
Taikisha is arrested.
Waste of time.
Unfortunately, Taikisha is arrested for an unpaid parking ticket.
Current fines? Wait.
Oh, what a waste of time.
Unfortunately, Taikisha is arrested for an unpaid
43 hated. Current fines due 990,000.
Parking ticket, and we go to prison.
You have been sentenced to 1 year in prison for your numerous crimes and evil deeds. You've been sentenced to 1 year in prison for 1 year.
A year later.
A year later.
Our sentence and can finally talk to the king. It seems his dwarves went off to romance the Medusas, who didn't take kindly to the advances of our short kings, turning them into stone. Everyone we need to rescue is on the top level, and we never actually have to interact with a single Medusa. However, sabotaging the elevator suspension is still free XP. We return our manlets to the king. He sends out his engineers and advises us to watch our backs. As the first Lords of Harmondale that aren't completely incompetent, we're forced into politics. The castle may be fully repaired, but now it's occupied by vultures. Araphia and Avlia are at war, and they've sent for ambassadors to try and forge an alliance.
That fight was really weird.
Avlia are at war, and they've sent for ambassadors to try and forge an alliance. Humans currently hold the border, which the elves claim was stolen during the Timber Wars. Neither of them recognize my legitimate claim to the land, as collector of several knickknacks on a remote island. Because of this, we're going to play both sides. Queen Catherine wants us to extract her spy before he's executed, while King Parson wants the floor plans to Fort Riverstride. Budget cuts and austerity have hit the military, as you'll be hacking through elves armed with branches and women armored from head to toe, but nothing in between. As the war is ongoing, these quests are timed. In a month's time, they'll call for a ceasefire. Both will go pray at the Wailing Wall in Bricata, and everything goes back to usual. You can choose to screw over each side by asking the king for a lookalike, and the queen for a fake set of blueprints. However, this grants less experience, and prior to the patch, none at all. Bizarrely, you
None
can
at
also
all.
choose to screw someone over, feel bad about it, confess to their leader, and get executed.
There's a lot of
Which
enemies in
has
this
no
system
impact on our
now.
ability to make small talk with the king. And now we wait around, gawking at the caked up elven peasants. Hate to see him go. love to watch him leave. I don't want to go back to jail, so our next best option to advance the story is spend a few months training. When we get back, Judge Gray has a heart attack. As Lords of Harmondale, we reserve a right to choose his successor. This is where the game branches off, so I recommend saving beforehand. Judge Fairweather represents the Wizards of Bracada and successfully negotiates a peace treaty between Arathi and Avlee. Judge Sleen represents the Necromancers of Deja and lets our sorcerer do all the talking.
I don't want to see him kissing goblins, or if you catch him in bed with a goblin, gonna have babies with a
Goblin.
goblin. He's gonna marry a goblin.
He's gonna marry a goblin.
Of Deja and lets our sorcerer do all the talking.
I don't want to see him kissing goblins, or if you catch him in bed with a goblin, gonna have babies with a goblin. He's gonna marry a goblin.
Understandably,
He's gonna marry a goblin.
this leads to all-out war, but a lot of fresh bodies for our new allies. Welcome to the Path of Dark. The pit is a fire hazard of winding corridors. Homeowners Association would have a word about this.
Goblin grub good.
But hey, we have much more charming residents. Uncle Baz looking rough since he sprained that ankle. Good thing we've got the NHS. We need to see Archibald, which is more difficult than it sounds, because if I follow the guard's instructions, I'll accidentally enter a restricted area and get torn to pieces. For our initiation, we have to reach the end of a shithole. I can't decide what's worse, kiting 24 behemoths in a corridor or getting jump scared by a trap that's 20 decibels louder than anything else in the game. Colloquially known as the Waffle House that never sleeps, you have to complete the breeding zone in a single try, as leaving will reset the area. It's worth the suffering, because we get access to
Waffle House that never
so I thought.
sleeps. The Waffle House that never sleeps.
Only. Time for our second promotions. For Cavalier to Black Knight, we have to rob the Elven Treasury. For Priest into Priest of Dark, we have to deface the altar in the Temple of the Sun. Both completely trivial. For Rogue to Assassin, we have to assassinate Lady Carmine, a diplomat who defected to the wizard's court. There's a horde of angels between her, so we have to go invisible. On the way there, I get distracted.
Welcome.
As Taikisha goes for the throat, I realize she's a friendly NPC and accidentally talk to her instead. Oops. It's time to leave, but as Celeste is in the sky, all we have to do is jump. All that's left is the main reason for going dark, transforming our wizard into a lich. The ritual requires a soul jar as our phylactery, and we're all out, but there's a stolen shipment
Turning your wizard into a lich?
stashed inside the walls of mist. We get no experience from fighting here, so it's best to go invisible. This gives us a narrow time window between puzzle solving and staring at the backsides of genies. Pain is temporary. Lichdom is forever. And if you become a girl lich, you get pretty pink princess eyes instead. The forbidden pickle jar must never be consumed or thrown away. Attempt to do so, and you'll quickly find out why. Just as we finish our promotions, we get a letter from an old friend. Niles Stanley, Mr. Malwick's employer, has come to collect on his favor. He wants us to steal a tapestry from Castle Gloaming. Doing this is a horrible idea, as it locks
Doing
me
this
in
is
story
a horrible
progression for
idea.
at least a year of game time. But if I don't comply in a month's time, he's going to send starving adventurers and malnourished goblins to attack Harmondale. This isn't even a threat. It's an invitation to a good time. So we let the timer tick down and watch as my golem solos the entire raid. We celebrate by giving our goblins
Solos the entire raid. Oh my god.
so many BBLs. She becomes the living ship of Theseus, with no original parts. Is she still Nicki Minaj? the living
Nicki
ship of
Minaj.
Theseus, with no
Nicki Minaj, the Black Knight zombie.
original parts. Is she still Nicki Minaj, or simply an automaton animated by Cellulite? It's worth doing the other promotions, if not for the experience alone, and to see what kind of bullshit
He
you have
means
to
in real
survive for different
life.
classes, which include basic cryptography, for which you have to bust out the pen and paper, the hardest promotion in the game, which forces you to visit the end game land of the giants to steal a dragon egg, and of course, kidnapping a child for Bill Gates. What can I say? I walked so Epstein could run. Let's finish the story. After deactivating the teleporter shielding from Clanker's laboratory, retrieving a new shipment of soul jars, and rejoining the 2 altar pieces from a Temple of Light and Dark, Archibald's advisors stage a coup and overthrow him. Time for some quick lore. These are the adventurers from Might and Magic free Isles of Terra, whose starship was thrown off course and crash landed on Enroth. at which point the group had a schism. Resurrectra, Sir Canahem, and Crackhack left for the court of Gavin Magnus, while Castor, Darkshade, and Sir Maximus joined the Necromancers in Deja. Both have very different plans, but the same objective. The Oscillation Overthruster aboard the Lincoln. But we need a control cube to get in, which only they possess. Every character listed is someone's precious OC, so for the upcoming assassination, we have to act like Robert the Wise and Tolberti. We're just there all along. Avoiding this boss fight is the single solitary reason for having a thief, as we may simply pinch a control cube from his pocket. But I want his Blicky, which is more complicated, as he can eradicate 2 people at once with a single attack. However, for magic is completely busted and required for this encounter, like an ancestral memory from the drive-bys of my forefathers, simply touching the Glock.
From the drive-bys of my forefathers? What?
Ancestral memory from the drive-bys of my forefathers.
Oh my god, an ancestral memory from the drive-bys of my forefathers was such a fucking weird... An ancestral memory from the drive-bys of my forefathers fucked my mind.
Required for this encounter, like an ancestral memory from the drive-by.
Like an ancestral memory. From the drive-bys of my forefather.
Eyes of my forefathers, simply touching the Glock awakens primordial knowledge of how to use it. Vision.
Simply touching the Glock.
Of 7-Eleven stores and Indian gas station attendants swim across my psyche. The barrel cries out to me. It says, point me at a pregnant mother. Afterwards.
Oh my god. This weird moral relativism.
Touching the Glock awakens primordial knowledge of how to use it. Visions of 7-Eleven stores and Indian gas station attendants swim across my psyche. The barrel cries out to me. It says, point me at a pregnant mother. Afterwards,
point me at a
Castor
pregnant
to kill
mother.
Xenofex and destroy the local devil cluster. Along the way, with the help of his brother, we rescue Roland Iron Fist, but not before enjoying the view. As thanks for saving her husband, Queen Catherine pardons Archibald and exiles him to Clanker's laboratory. DoorDash arrives twice a week.
To Clanker's laboratory.
And exiles him to Clanker's laboratory.
Clanker's laboratory. Oh wow, Clanker's laboratory is what's called, huh?
DoorDash arrives twice a week, and if he doesn't eat his greens, he doesn't get pudding. Finally, we have to board the Lincoln. Luckily, the environmental wetsuits come in child size for our dwarf. Unluckily, this area sucks, and a ship filled with one-shotting Terminators is even worse.
No. Oh, you fucker. Fuck you.
The heavenly forge.
Real RPGs are so funny. Bad guys win and shit. Like Baldur's Gate 3 had some fucked up shit. Like, okay, it's like the biggest spoiler of all goddamn time, and I swear to God, we stepped on this the first time we ever played. And it embarrassed the fuck out of my friend Begon. It embarrassed him so bad. I didn't tease him about it or anything. But in the game Baldur's Gate 3, I know because I've beaten it on Tactician, bitch. You haven't. Gale is a bomb. And there's, responses to that. But, he's a bomb. And if you hang around him long enough, he blows up. I don't know if you guys remember Gale. He was the mage, the kind of effeminate mage. And Gale the bomb blows will probably be like Yeah, it's surpassed by Gale, right? So if you don't figure out some like RP solution, it's not combat, it's RP. If you don't figure out some RP solution, Gale blows up. And it was so funny when it happened. Detonating Gale at camp. Yeah, there's an orb in Gale's chest and it blows up. I'm merely a projection of Gale. He is God. He is God. I've been entrusted with the delivery of letters to be given to one who cared most of me. You can have him blow up the last boss. There's all this crazy shit. Gale is a bomb. And now this is like the greatest spoiler of all time in gaming. It actually is. I don't think there's ever been a cliffhanger like that. No, that's like an M. Night Shyamalan one that your fucking party member that you might have for like 500 fucking hours before you realize. Like if you really fuck around, you read every fucking book and you build a base, you drop items, you travel back and forth to it all the time, and it's really good. You're enjoying the game. That's all well and good, but Gale's a bomb. And I thought it was brilliant writing when I experienced it. I thought it was rather devilish and hilarious. But but that's sort of what he's like getting at. I love that shit, and that's Gale being the bomb is an example of how real RPGs are. They will do stuff like that, like this scene that he showed. This is the bad guy, absolutely like executing pretty much, I think, like the main dude, pretty much. And then they all throw their hands up. They're like, "Wow!" And I've seen this in games before, where the bad guy just wins. He just kicks your side's ass and kills you, basically. I remember when I was a kid, I was rolling on a lot of ecstasy at the time and smoking a lot of fucking weed and tripping a lot of acid that year when I was like 17. Go through a lot. Had a beautiful girlfriend, a drug charge, and a dream. And and I played Final Fantasy X religiously every night for like 12 hours or something like that. And I just tried to get every little bit of 10 memorized. Because I was like, I love 10. It's such a good game. It's such a good game. I love it. And towards the end, I was like crying a lot. And my best friend goes like, "Why are you crying, dude?" And I was like, I think... And I told him, and I was like, "This is a spoiler for you." And he was like, "I've been watching you play this game for 200 hours. It's not a fucking," or whatever it was, like, for weeks, he was like, "It's not a spoiler for me." And I was like, "I think they're going to kill Yuna. I think Sin's going to kill Yuna. My favorite female character of all time." And he was like, "Are you for fucking real?" And I was like, "Yes, I think Sin's gonna kill Yuna." Now I won't spoil that one. You gotta go beat Final Fantasy X yourself. But I mean, I for about 50 hours had it in my fucking head, like heart of hearts. I was dead convinced. Because I had seen it before. They killed Eris. Eris is the other surprise spoiler ending in Final Fantasy VII ending to a character that really mind fucks you. You have Eris for anywhere between 20 and like 500 hours or something before you inevitably just have to kill her to move the story on. Sephiroth kills Eris. Now, and that's another reason why, and I wonder if they modded this for episode 2 of Final Fantasy VII or episode 3. I really don't know. But I know that Eris dies in Final Fantasy VII. And so going up into the end of Final Fantasy X, I was dead dog convinced that the cost of defeating Sin was to lose your summoner, Yuna. And I was like, I don't want to lose the summoner. I need the summoner. I needed the summoner. I needed her. She was pulling the majority of the damage. You know, I swear to God, she was. Yuna pulls the majority of the fucking damage in Final Fantasy X. So, you know, and I thought Yuna was gonna die, and I couldn't fucking handle it. Like, my friend is like, you are crying, like you're losing like a best friend, and I was like, dude, I can't handle the idea of losing Yuna. I couldn't, and now I won't spoil what happens, but you know, it's an interesting ending, and I just spoiled BG3 and fucking like Yuna in the respect that I said, you know, that she did. Well, I won't tell you what happens, but anyways, you know. Interesting stuff in old RPGs where the bad guy just wins. Like Sin has to take the ultimate cost, that sort of thing. In Lavos, most of the time, I'm sorry, in Chrono Trigger, most of the time, you lose to Lavos in some way or another, unless you full-blown kill him. You can kill Lavos, but that's like an endgame thing. Yeah, well, I don't know. You can run straight to Lavos if you want to. It's sort of weird. It's a weird fight. But, you know, however you play Chrono Trigger, and if you play it well, you just keep beating it over and over again as a child, basically, and you see a different ending as you beat it each time. You do different things each time, and you try different things each time, and you skip things and that sort of thing. And Lavos, most of the time in Chrono Trigger, most of the time Lavos is this giant, I don't know, volcano monster the size of the world's, like the size of Vesuvius. He's like this intergalactic being, like a Cthulhu type endgame boss. And you know from the get-go, like in the first 8 hours of the game, you realize that Lavos kills your family and your land and your mother and Luca, your best friend's family, and like fucks up a bunch of your other characters' lives and set them on an endless journey to fix it and shit like this. And it was really genuinely fucking good writing for its time. Game's too old now, but God, I wish they were remastered that. I wouldn't mind playing Chrono Trigger through one more time, because towards the end, the battles did get fun. The combat system in Chrono Trigger was not bad. It wasn't the worst thing in the world. So, but, you know, combo based, kind of interesting stuff, but, you know, tech based combo point stuff. But anyways, Lavos shows up the first 8 hours of the game, and he's there at the end of time to promise you the destruction of all of time. That's the story. And you can choose to go challenge Lavos like hour 8 or something like that. And if you know the secret to defeating Lavos, you can do so. And that's like the best ending. But to get that ending, you have to unlock all the other endings to get a hint of how to do that ending. But there's this interesting like teleportal room with like 9 pools in it, and they all go to different crazy eras of time that are like whole crazy like RPG areas with towns and stuff. And Lavos is one of the pools of light. I'm sorry, he's not one of the pools of light. He's in the next room. So you can always just walk over into the next room. There's Lavos just sitting there waiting for a fucking... Oh, here's a Caldari Navy hookbill. I want to go that way. I want to go that way. I want to go that way. Now, get out. Go. Oh, no. And did he get it? Nope. Bye. I'll just save the ship. Fuck it. I thought he'd tackle me. So I popped the drones like an idiot. That fucker. Well, but I made it out with the ship. All right, let's go.
Warp drive active.
I can take a hook build, but they tend to win. So, yeah. Fuck it.
Warp drive.
Nice try. Nice try. He's there like stealing my drones, that son of a bitch. Okay, I'm safe. I'm gonna just go safe up here. Who the fuck was this even? I didn't even see his fucking name and I don't care. See it? These games, they jade you. They turn you into a totally different person. It's so annoying. I don't care who he is.
Drive active.
I don't care what his name is. Oh yeah, we're doing the Might Magic, yeah. And this guy just kills like your like wizard guy. And all the guys are like, ha ha ha, bad guy wins. And you would see this back in the old days. Like back in the old days, they didn't have such restrictions and stuff. And so they could show the bad guy winning occasionally. It would fuck you up. Like Lavos. When Lavos wins, like, yeah, like this is the Lavos ending. There's Lavos. It's fucking terrible, and this is the worst ending. It's been quite some time. Lavos Magus goes. It's worse to fight him, right? I remember hearing about this, but I never saw it. Feel my wrath, Lavos. You truly think you possess the power? Ah, yes, Shala. That's Lavos, and in most endings he wins. That's, games can be, trippy. They can be trippy.
Castor restores the Heavenly Forge, which he uses to...
Like, I'm sorry, I will be honest, I still have no idea what the ending of Metal Gear Solid 2 is. And I've seen it like 25 times or something like that, and probably 50 if you count my friends doing it. Like, I don't know. I still don't know what the end of Metal Gear Solid 2 is. I don't really understand it, really. Something about Guns of the Patriots and La Le Lo, and like some kind of crazy like computer virus that's sentient or whatever, that's living in the AI, that's steering out all these nanites and all this weird Metal Gear fucking tank stuff with nuclear warheads and shit. It was such a weird ending that I still don't truly understand.
3D print a billion guns.
But I know this. It was the bad guys winning. It's sort of like Big Boss wins. So you have something else to fight the next time you go. And that's what happened too. Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater just came out this year, right? Go get Big Boss again, but in the 80s, right? As I recall anyways, like in the 80s or 70s or something. I don't remember the whole premise, but yeah. And so, yeah, and that was the time. Metal Gear Solid, you pretty much always lose. In 1, you do beat Liquid Snake. You do beat him. You like shoot him from a scripted rail, like Jeep scene, where you shoot him a bunch and you do kill him. But like, but it's tricky. And then 2, I still don't really understand. I still don't really understand 2. I mean, I'll just be honest, I really don't.
and chimp out. Originally, this was the canonical ending, which would explain the appearance
That's
of
the
a
ending of it, is he shoots him. Oh
Forge
my
faction in the
God.
upcoming expansion to Heroes Free. People didn't like it because it's sci-fi. I didn't like it because it looked shit. The canon ending is we reactivate the gate system to reach Web Station 5 and access other worlds seeded by the ancients in the Spinward Rim, many of which are isolated and unknown to the devils. So that's Might and Magic 7, 26 years old, and still as good as the day it released. There's a myriad of guides and resources, which is partially why I never explained very much. The other reason being that I got tired, and I didn't feel like doing it. Each time I feel anxious about a video, I look at this picture of a divorced mother of 3 and immediately feel better, because whatever I'm going through,
He's at war with Pyro for some reason.
10 times worse. As always, more content to come, so stay tuned.
Yeah.
She's got it 10 times worse.
Yeah, what is that? Cocaine or something? It's looking like cocaine or he's been crying. One or the other.
And immediately feel better, because whatever I'm going through, she's got it 10 times worse. As always, more content to come, because whatever I'm going through, she's got it 10 times worse.
Why are
As
you
always,
ragging on Pyro? Why does Seth Greenstock hate Pyro cynical? That's like some weird made up like streamer beef.
Please, more content to come, so stay tuned.
Your gold is safe with us.
A warm thanks to the many members of Emergence Guild generously funding and bankrolling these videos.
Yep. Lavos, fuck Lavos. Anyways, you know, yeah, when the enemy wins most of the time, it can be such a bad morale thing. Like when in Final Fantasy VI, you go to a town called Doma. It is just like a town, you know, you're like there, it's a town. There's like, you know, a castle in Doma, bunch of villages and a river. And stupid ass Kefka poisons the fucking well in Doma. It kills the town and one of your characters, Cyan's little boy, and like the entire castle. Just, you know, fuck Kefka and his fucking shitty ass. Like, you go through that town and you learn Cyan's got a little boy and they're very happy and all this and stuff. And then Kefka poisons the entire fucking town. Now, this was a Super Nintendo game. And we can pull what I'm talking about. The poisoning of Doma. And what it did to me as a child. The poisoning of Doma gets me so fucked up in my head sometimes still. The fucking poisoning of Doma. Yep, here's the Kefka poisons the kingdom of Doma. Hee hee! Nothing can beat the music of hundreds of voices screaming in unison! Ha 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 ha! Wah! That's Kefka. I hated Kefka. I hate him. That's him poisoning the river. I don't know, you didn't really get it at first. Cyan's like up on the parapet. This is one of your characters that you get, that he's like a samurai. He's one of the first samurai. His name is Cyan. Or Cyan, depending on... So I didn't read it, I'm sorry. So Doma Sentry, Sir Cyan. The Empire's base is bustling with activities. Something must be up. The water looks odd. Wonk. Wonk. Oh, that guy fell off the parapet. These two guys are down. Dead. I was like 12 when I played this game, or I don't know. Yeah, like 12. Yeah, probably 12, 11. Yeah, 11, some 12. poison the entire fucking town. And it fucked me up. If you know, you know. And he goes insane right then and there. He's like, I lost my son and my people and my town. This is back when villains used to win. You can hear the music. He's going crazy. Right now, he's going crazy. I would go crazy. He lost his family and the town and the castle. His first thought is to defend the king. But no. The entire goddamn castle is fucking dead. Anyway, that's enough depressing ass shit. Sorry. Video games used to hit harder. They used to not pull the punch, you know? It was refreshing to see Gale blow up. I think Bagon thought it was embarrassing, but I actually thought it was quite beautiful. Video games used to kill you. You know, they would kill you.
Here's Paul Anthony Romero, the game's composer.
We lost our first playthrough to Gale blowing up. I'll be honest about it. I published it. Is that Vin Diesel playing the piano upside down?
Vessels. When I first started the broadcast 4 hours and 22 minutes, now we are going to talk about the global Samud flotilla vessels. When I first started the broadcast 4 hours and 22 minutes ago, they were right about to be intercepted by the Israeli naval blockade. 4 hours later, Greta Thunberg has been arrested and apprehended, and they are deploying water cannons on some of the vessels.
But rather to keep all eyes on Gaza, which has been the message from this flotilla right from the beginning. Its whole purpose is to draw the world's attention to Gaza, for people to speak about Gaza.
Here's the Novara media. So the military escorts were all a trick. I think with the exception of the Spanish one, but I guess the Spanish one is also not doing. I posted about it yesterday, but basically it was just PR. The Greek vessels only allowed safe passage, humanitarian flotilla through Greek territorial waters. The Turkish drones that were overseeing the Sumud flotilla basically returned yesterday. They left. The Italian one was the most egregious. The Italian vessels actually made one more demand at the last point. One last demand with Giorgia Meloni coming out and saying one of the most insane things I've ever heard. Meloni came out and initially said, let's take the humanitarian aid from you and we'll deliver it. Okay, then they said, go to Cyprus, redirect your ship to Cyprus. The Italians on board said, you, we're going to Gaza. Then they tried one last time yesterday to say, oh, let's redirect to Ashkelon. Let's redirect the ship to Ashkelon, the Israeli port, and then we'll deliver the aid that way. And then they all departed. And the only country that I thought could potentially go through with it and allow the humanitarian aid ship to go all the way in to the Gaza boundary was Spain. But the Spanish government has announced that its ship, the Führer, will no longer escort the humanitarian flotilla en route to Gaza. In a statement, Spain expressed respect for the humanitarian mission, but strongly recommends that the flotilla not attempt to breach the Israeli naval blockade for safety reasons. Showcasing once again that ordinary citizens of good conscience are braver than the navies of numerous European governments. Think about that. These are people on dinghies. These are people on boats with baby formula on their boats. Naval vessels are afraid of Israel's intensity and Israel's unlimited violence. But yeah, Maloney's statement was the most insane. Italy's Maloney says Gaza flotilla risks escalation, could blow up potential ceasefire deal. Israeli Foreign Minister calls flotilla dangerous provocation intends to inflame tensions and undermine ongoing diplomatic efforts. First of all, the ongoing diplomatic efforts are bullshit. I think the promises from Spain, Italy, and Turkey have been a bit overstated in the press and on social media. So just to say that no naval vessel from any country is officially with us after 150 miles from Gaza, we will be on our own, says Alex Colston, who is the story editor and journalist from Dropsite News, who's also on the Samud flotilla. They are violating their international obligation. The Houthis are more worthy for meeting their obligations in their attempts to stop the genocide. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. The entire reason as to why these countries even said that they would send naval vessels was because of the incredible response from the respective populations. Work stoppages, general strikes like like what we saw in Italy, protests all over the streets. That is the only reason why these countries even offered a symbolic state recognition to Palestine as a pressure valve, and that is the only reason why they would even entertain sending some kind of assistance as a protection measure. It was for nothing. It was just all optics. It was completely meaningless. These nations did not get together and violate the Israeli blockade as Israel is conducting its genocide, put their naval vessels on the line and their own militaries on the line to force Israel to stand down. And here we are. There's audio recordings from the Global Samud Flotilla and is addressed to the IOF. Thiago puts an IOF soldier on the spot.
An attempt to breach the naval blockade, we will stop your vessel and act to confiscate it through legal proceedings in court. You bear full responsibility for your actions.
Say that we are entering an active war zone. You're saying that we are entering a place where we are committing war crimes. This is against international law. Once again, the International Court of Justice made a provisional ruling that any attempt to hinder a humanitarian mission to Gaza is prohibited by international law and is complying with the request to make you accountable for the crime of genocide. The International Criminal Court has your Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, under an arrest warrant for the crime of starving children and starving people to death, using starvation and famine as a weapon of war. Therefore, it's our moral duty to continue sailing. It's our moral duty to refuse any attempt of an occupying force to control humanitarian aid for the Palestinian people in Gaza who have the right of their sovereignty, who have the right of their self-determination and to control their own borders. Therefore, we do not recognize you as a legitimate agent to control any attempt to bring aid to the Palestinian people in Gaza. We request you to stand down, to do not commit another war crime among so many that you've been committing, and to stand down. Do not engage with our peaceful, non-violent, humanitarian solidarity mission for the Palestinian people in Gaza. I advise you again.
Also, here's a funny thing from Israel, of course. The Israeli Navy has released a video of one of their lieutenants calling the Samud flotilla to surrender its aid. In keeping with recent IDF policy to avoid foreign tribunals over Gaza, she faces away from the camera.
You are approaching a blockaded zone. If you wish to deliver aid to Gaza, you may do so through the established channels. Please change your course toward the port of Ashdod, where the aid will undergo a security inspection and then be transferred into the Gaza Strip.
They can't show their faces, by the way. Shouts out to the Hind Rajab Foundation for actively documenting all of the Israeli occupational forces terrorists who have foolishly documented themselves engaging in war crimes. But this is the new IDF policy. This is the official IDF policy for like the past half of a year now, where whenever they show like their brave warriors and whatnot, whenever they show their brave warriors, they do this thing where they shoot the back of their head. Anyway, let's continue.
In international waters, the Israeli Foreign Ministry has said that they are in an active combat zone. Those on board say they are in international waters and what they're doing is absolutely legal. But we've got an update now from the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They say that, and this is a quote from an ex-post that they've put up. They've said, already several vessels of the Hamas Samud flotilla have been safely stopped and their passengers are being transferred to an Israeli port. Greta and her friends are safe and healthy. And you'll remember Greta Thunberg was detained and then deported a few months ago. There are roughly about 500 people from around the world, part of this flotilla, about 42 vessels full of aid, things like baby formula, based on what they were telling me. I was speaking earlier to David Adler, a flotilla crew member, on the phone, and they were saying they were basically waiting now and expecting the Israeli authorities, the military, to board the vessels and detain or take them off the vessels. Of course, there are some 42 of these vessels in that convoy, the largest that they've ever had, with roughly about 500 people on board, as I said, from around the world, trying to make their way towards Gaza.
Dude, we all know why they said they're Hamas, okay? It's to justify what comes next. And I think the fact that they said this time, like, oh, they're actually funded by Hamas or some, makes me feel like they'll apprehend some and then might do something worse to others if they haven't stopped every single boat so far.
Just over 100 trucks are managing to get into Gaza. Many are concerned about the number of trucks. Famine has been declared in parts of Gaza City. So this particular flotilla, attempting to highlight the issue in Gaza, the Israeli Foreign Ministry accusing them of being Hamas-backed, and say that they're...
Yeah, I mean, it's complete and utter bull, by the way, the whole, like, Hamas statement. They didn't even do a good enough job. Not to say that they do a good job in other instances, but, like, they straight up had one of the most low effort, like, this person is Hamas baits I've seen. Yeah, you want to see how fucking stupid this is? This was the Israel Foreign Ministry exposed. Official Hamas documents found on the Gaza Strip now reveal for the first time proof Hamas's direct involvement in the funding and execution of the Samud flotilla to Gaza. It's George Galloway, okay? This is George Galloway. I don't even know if that's George Galloway. This is a random dude, not even George Galloway. They are showing George Galloway next to Ismail Haniyeh, who is dead, okay? He was killed by Israel. This is a different person and not even George Galloway, okay? And they're claiming that George Galloway is Hamas, I guess. And they're saying that the Palestinian Conference for Palestinians Abroad was established in 2018 and functions as Hamas's representative body abroad. Both, okay, not even true. One, that is George Galloway, a British politician, not Hamas. Two, this is just Israel still trying to create a public justification for a violent attack as a humanitarian mission. The other guy's Palestinian Chuck Schumer. Yeah, this is Chuck Schumer after he heard Donald Trump call him a Palestinian, except no, I think he's like some Pakistani politician or something. So he's not even George Galloway. He's just a Pakistani unk. It's so crazy, man. Israel could just say anyone is Hamas and like European governments will literally follow through on it and they will arrest you. There are demonstrations in Rome. There's demonstrations in Brussels, Turkey.
In 2011, during just one afternoon, Anders Breivik embarked on a murderous rampage that would send shockwaves around the globe.
We all had the sensation that an act of war was really taking place.
As the clock ticked, the body count rose.
We had no idea if there was 15 people shooting, one person shooting.
Death toll was just rising all the time.
Now I was convinced I was dead. And with it the question, why had Breivik waged a 3.5-hour war on his own innocent countrymen?
It's like trying to understand Ted Bundy or Adolf Hitler.
And committed history's deadliest killing spree.
Who did this? Who is behind this? Where did the hatred come from?
The 22nd of July, 2011, Norway. A Scandinavian country admired for its landscape, high living standards, and for having one of the lowest murder rates in the world. In the capital city of Oslo, the day had begun like any other.
22nd of July is in the middle of the main holiday in Norway. And of course, the weather was pretty bad, as it always is. But it's still summer, so most of the people were actually at holiday. Pretty normal summer's day in Norway, actually.
We were in the office, and it was quite a busy Friday. We were all looking forward to the weekend.
At 3:18 p.m., a white van is captured on CCTV, parking next to Norway's government headquarters. Its driver is 32-year-old Anders Breivik, and cameras record him leaving the scene, armed and dressed in police-style uniform. Minutes later, at 3:26 p.m., the country will be changed forever as the world's worst killing spree began.
Just play Horizon, I guess.
Det var meldt om masse regn, og hørte jo da et voldsomt drønn. Jeg begynte å lure på om det kunne være tordenvær som hadde satt inn, men det var det ikke. Jeg hørte det var en veldig spesiell snert, et tungt drønn.
Joachim Ringstad, a local shop owner, would feel the ferocity of the explosion firsthand.
I remember just being in the office, and suddenly there was just like a pressure wave, big pressure wave that just kind of felt like it just blew through the whole building. There was debris and dust everywhere in the air. I thought the building would come down as well.
That's what he did. Why?
Local businessman Johan Tanberg would be one of the first on the scene to witness the unfolding fall.
Why are these people? Why are these shitheads like
I was
this?
underneath this building here in my car, driving. Actually, I was on my way home. I had to lay down on the floor in my car. I thought the ceiling was coming down. I was scared. It was a big air pressure through the tunnel. My car stopped, actually. I started it again, and I drove out from the tunnel. Immediately when I got out from the tunnel, I saw this disaster that had occurred outside. I started to film maybe 8 seconds after the blast or the bomb went off.
The massive deadly blast, killing 8, transformed Oslo from tranquil to terrifying.
8?
I thought it was a truck that ran into the building, or an earthquake.
Yeah, like the
Everybody around me just froze, like they didn't know what to do.
Nope.
And I just ran out to see what was going on. And then when I got to the door, the second I got out, I saw glass falling down from the sky, so I couldn't run out.
I saw people on the street. People were laying on the street. It was very quiet. I can remember it was totally silent. Only thing I can hear was the alarm inside the buildings, the fire alarms.
With authorities beginning to arrive, the scale of the task facing them quickly became apparent.
Jeg kom inn I området bare noen minutter etter eksplosjonen. Da var det fortsatt masse røyk I området, støv fra eksplosjonen. Det var røyk fra flammer. Det var store ødeleggelser på stedet. Det var døde, hardt skadde.
The blast, you could hear it all over Oslo. Up to 70-80 kilometers away from this spot, people could hear the bomb went off.
We could feel it even where I was living. So I went outside and I looked toward the center of the town, and there was smoke coming up where government buildings are.
First thing I thought was Norway was under attack. One building I went into helped some people out. One building was so damaged, so I couldn't go into it. I was afraid it would fall down. It was vacation, it was summer, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Most of the people were not at work, thank God. So most of the offices were empty. The doors, the walls, everything was smashed in. So you couldn't see that it has been an office. People were really scared in town for more bombs or for who did it.
The white van parked outside the government buildings had been packed with almost a ton of fertilizer-based explosives. Its detonation had left 8 dead and more than 80 injured.
We all had the sensation of that an act of war was really, taking place, and we were wondering, who did this? Who is behind this? Where did the hatred come from?
At 3:26 p.m., the 22nd of July 2011, Norway's capital city of Oslo had been devastated by a massive car bomb. It was a day that Anders Breivik had been preparing for months, and the bombing was merely the beginning of his killing spree. The 13th of February 1979, Oslo. Anders Breivik is born to a diplomat and a nurse. His childhood was marked by the divorce of his parents and worrying behavior that would draw the attention of the authorities at a very young age.
He was under observation by a child psychiatrist when he was at the age of three or 4 years old. And they all gave him a quite serious diagnosis that he was already different psychiatric setup than normal kids.
At the age of 4, Breivik was assessed by psychologists because they became quite concerned about the home life his mother was bringing him up in. They thought that he'd been sexualized in some way and that his mother was projecting her own ideas onto him that weren't appropriate for a 4-year-old boy.
The family unit would quickly begin to dissolve, leaving Anders in the care of his increasingly unstable mother and isolated from his father.
I think Breivik's father is present mostly in the form of his absence. He was not there for Breivik.
He certainly didn't have much of a family to live with. I would say he was of a neurotic background. He was an individual who was prone to outbursts or dramatic scenes and shows of largesse.
As the dust began to settle in Oslo's city centre,
he was
the
crazy.
Investigation had begun into who could be behind the atrocity.
Jeg fikk mange meldinger om bombelignende gjenstander. Det kom inn mange meldinger om
The first time I aggroed a psychiatrist for behavioral stuff, I was like, "Oh, what's wrong, kitty? You okay? Oh, you have a bad dream? You're okay."
Eksplosjoner, og det kom mange meldinger om mistenkelige personer som måtte sjekkes ut.
But yeah, I'm trying to think of the first time I ever saw like a behavioral psychologist. I don't think I ever have. I saw a behavioral psychologist. The first one would have been my doctor at the Mental Health Center of Denver. And I was 39. Is that right? Think about that. No. 37. I was 37. But the first time I ever saw a behavioral psychologist, I was 37. Now, I saw a learning specialist psychiatrist when I was 13, who diagnosed me with Asperger's and said I was autistic and I had spatial reasoning disorder and a few learning disabilities, but nothing that really stunted me or anything.
Autopilot engaged.
And
Autopilot disabled.
Yeah. And then that was the extent. Honestly, most of my life, I didn't like psychiatry. I thought it was a junk science that wasn't really anything beyond therapy, which is just confiding in someone who will protect your interests and will not betray you or sell you out, who you might even pay to do so. And I respect therapy and I respect psychiatry and I respect psychology, having understood what it could do for me later on in life. 7 years of relapse prevention. Every week I spoke to a clinical psychiatrist to make sure I was making it through the system okay. And, and it was just a dark time. But I got back on my feet and understood that the therapy and psychiatry and psychology and PTSD therapy and all of that. And, for a long time, I kept up my PTSD therapy for 2.5 years. I kept up my PTSD therapy, but we got to the point where we couldn't afford it anymore. And I didn't want to admit it on stream, but I will now. We got to the point where I felt like we couldn't really afford a specialist right now. And when I understood that, anger was this negative emotion that you sign up for that you don't need to sign up for, I was able to let my lovely PTSD therapist, he's a wonderful man, lives here where I live in Beeham. And he was a Dungeons and Dragons nerd, and he was a great guy. And he really worked on me for a long time. And I learned things like that it's all childhood trauma that we're all just living out, damage that happened to us that we cause to other people, or we don't, depending on how good of a person you are. And if somebody is your stalker or your bully or your fucking problem or some kind of shitty problem to you, or is physical or violent or does something nasty to you or anything like that, now your body or your mind or whatever connects, but the real damage is just that person is living out their childhood trauma over and over and over again, and it causes all kinds of dissonance in their community or with you or whatever the problem is, and you do it too. And when these two things meet, you get fist fights or problems or abuse or even sometimes sex abuse. Not in my history. I don't have any sex abuse in my history. I'm talking about just general traumas in general. And so when you understand that you're like this broken thing, if you have trauma from childhood and you went through a lot, you understand that that's your trigger, and you go around feeling like maybe you got a raw deal or something was fucked up and you shouldn't have got it as bad as you got it or whatever. And so then somebody else steps on you or fucks you over or does something to you that's fucked up. And suddenly you are looking for the father that wasn't there, and they're not there, so you're angry and you want to punch this other person who tells you that, haha, you got no father, you bastard, or whatever, right? And you're like, what did you say, or whatever? And this didn't happen to me. I'm using a random example, but there was a lot of other shit like this though that did. Like, for instance, I find it very, very difficult to turn down a challenge. And so most of my life, if somebody offered me something like a drug or something, I just said yes, no hesitation. Oh yeah, I've always wanted to try it. Let's do it. Yep. And sexual experiences with girls. I've fucked girls in public and stuff like this. I've done weird stuff. And it is what it is. And I don't know, it's your damage on top of somebody else's damage leads to a battle. And then when you learn this, how powerless you are to that battle, you've suddenly got an enemy. The enemy's suddenly got an enemy. The enemy hates you. You are incapable of respecting each other ever again. Probably ever again, frankly. Ever again. You understand? You and whoever person that you bumped up against or they bumped against you or whatever. You're never going to respect them, and they're never going to respect you. And suddenly, like, it's feeling like you want to preserve your pride by battling that person. And if you don't, you're a fucking pussy. But all that really is, it's not this, like, thing of, go battle for the right thing or righteousness or anything like that. It's actually your childhood trauma rearing its ugly head, dealing with things how you used to when you were a child. You have fallen to the anger, you've fallen to the sorrow, anger, pain, pride, hate, whatever the emotions are. And these negative emotions have taken you over. And when you understand this and then you mix somebody else's damage in with it, you begin to understand why I'm a pacifist, why there's been many times when people level weapons at me and shit like this. It's just crazy. It's like, I'm a pacifist. I still have managed to get through life without ever harming a living thing. Particularly because all my life I suspected it, but I didn't know how to say it till now. And I didn't have the epiphany until 2 years ago on stream. But yeah, like anger, I got it from Sadhguru. He was like, anger is this thing that causes you to lose your shit, to have no control. It's like the first thing that goes when you are angry or sad or pissed off or proud or something like this. Like, it doesn't, well, proud can be kind of negative too. Pride, you feel prideful or angsty or something like this. All of these emotions, they're just there to indicate that something's wrong. Beyond that, the smart man completely abandons, like, any more commitment to the negative emotions, because it clouds anger, especially anger, will literally blind you. It'll blind you. You literally cannot see the person right in front of you. You don't think first, you maybe kill a person or something. It's fucking crazy. Anger will blind you. And when you understand that, the minute somebody else getting angry around you happens, you're like, oh God, there's no way this other person is as angry as I am. I burn with the angry hatred of 10,000 suns. Fuck the human race and everything that they ever did to me. Fuck them. You know what I'm saying? And like, you burn with the hatred of 10,000 dying suns or whatever it is, and it burns, and you're like, and I'm getting high off of it, like you're freebasing or something like that. And understand that's all kinds of crazy dopamine reactions in your brain just firing off, completely controlling you, completely controlling the other person, completely robbing you of any sane or rational thought. No prescience. And by prescience, I mean you can't see the future anymore, as in like you can't think of, like, anybody thinking in a normal state of mind is like, I can't haul off and punch anybody in a civilized society. I'll end up in jail, right? But you don't think about that when you haul off and punch somebody, do you? And that's why we have so many assault charges in this goddamn country. Because, and so then if you put somebody else's anger into it, you have a fist fight and a bad moment. And so understanding this, I began to understand that I don't like being blinded. I don't like not having control. I'm a crazily angry person. And so I just haul off and scream. I just have no filter. And after a while, I began to understand that anybody else in that equation, if you combine anybody else's childhood trauma turned into freaking out in your fucking face 30 years later or 20 years later or 10 years later or whatever it is, however old that person is, doesn't really matter. They've lost their shit. You've lost your shit. You're about to have a moment. Maybe some violence happens, something like that. This goes for the world stage too. Maybe something really bad happens, like Israel, Palestine, or Russia, Ukraine. But when you live in these negative emotions and you act like Trump and you say, nope, I can't feel good. I can't feel anything for my enemy. I hate my enemy or whatever, right? And you don't balance your emotion normally, and you don't rise to somebody else's childhood trauma, and you act like a real person instead of somebody completely. And I had to learn it the hard way. I'm talking about on a stream from fucking experience. I had to learn it. I had to go to places. I had to go to places that wouldn't make me angry anymore. Play games that wouldn't make me angry anymore. Talk to people that wouldn't make me angry anymore. I had to I was just angry at the world, me, everybody the fuck around me. The human race, fuck them. I really don't like them. And so, and that's what leads to this guy, Anders. You end up like Anders when you just let all of that run you. So these are negative thoughts that I have, but I don't live there. I visited from time to time to see how deep my hatred goes for humanity, and it's pretty high. Most of the girls I've ever been with have been raped when they were young. Got a couple of deaths in my lifetime that fucked me up. I watched a girl kill herself right in front of me with drugs. I watched another woman attempt to kill herself right in front of me with drugs. I've seen a lot of crazy things. I've had cops level guns at my head in the middle of the night. I've had a dude rob me at gunpoint. I've had my car stolen at knife point. There's been terrible shit that's happened to me. But I got this lovely kitty. And I don't live there all the time. I used to love telling the stories because to me, telling the stories of how angry I get was a way of getting out of it forever, because I don't ever have to return to that place ever again. I reattained my rational mind, and I don't go back to a place where I lose it anymore. And suddenly you change. You regain your friendships that you used to have. You do better with your family. You're like, you regain control of the anger, and you're not freebasing it all day against some political entity or against some fucking person that you hate or somebody that you might be obsessed with or whatever. And when you don't live in that place of hatred and bigotry or whatever you want to call just misjudgment or just judgment, it's kind of like judgment. You live in negative judgment of everything and everyone around you. When you don't live like that anymore, you see a positive side, you get your therapy, you get better. You begin to realize it's ships that pass in the night. And I've been waiting to say that sentence for 10 minutes now. But that's the best cliche that I can use to summarize what it is I'm describing. The average fist fight is actually just, and I'm going to use a weird analogy here that just doesn't make sense. That's our metaphor. Anger or negative emotions or sorrow or anything like that, or trauma, it's all, if you put another human in consideration and have a battle with somebody, it's all, I lost what I was trying to say. I lost the cliche that I just said. What did I say? I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, it's two ships that pass in the night. And if you let these ships crash into each other, there will be a shipwreck. Either you or them. So allowing your anger to inevitably blind you, bring storms to blow you around on choppy water and lose your footing in the argument or the conversation or the situation or the power struggle or the business deal, whatever it is. And the minute that you let your ship crash into the other person's ship, and remember, these ships are an analogy and or metaphor, however you want to call it. It's like a metaphor for childhood trauma. The minute that you let your ship of childhood trauma that you float very carefully in a balance bump up against another person's ship of childhood trauma that they're reliving out and they've got negativity in their life, right? There will be a shipwreck. Usually it's you, but if it's not you, it's them. And that's not any better, because if you were just actually a controlled person, you wouldn't have ever let the boats get in the same place at the same time. You don't ever let somebody control your emotions. You don't ever let them tell you what to do. And you keep this healthy barrier between you and them. You know, they say good fences make good neighbors. There's all these good cliches around this. And that's how I got out of my negativity in a way that where my soul started to heal again anyways. I don't talk about hating humanity all the time. Doesn't happen. I hate humanity like this guy hated humanity. But I love them more. And that's just the goddamn Toasted Toad's truth. And so my mother raised me better than to be a shithead and do anything negative like anything like this or anything like that. And I don't wallow in the fucking pain or the sorrow anymore. It happens, it comes up, and I've got it for the rest of my life. I've got the sorrow, I got the melancholy and the infinity sadness. But, no, infinite sadness, excuse me. But, you know, 2 tears in a bucket, motherfuck it. I can still smile just as much as I can cry or get angry. So, at that point, a true samurai jack or whatever, a true warrior, a real one understands that if I let these ships crash and the ships will crash, there's always some siren singing you to shipwreck. To quote Radiohead, the ships will crash. So if you just quite elegantly steer your ship without ever crashing into anybody else, life is your oyster. You know, life is your oyster or whatever. Your entire life is your oyster. And I'm experiencing it right now as we speak. See it with my family, my friends. You know, my friend reached out and told me his sister had a bad video card and asked me what the price range of a good video card was. And I was like, oh, you'll want like some kind of substitute while you wait for a deal on like a 4070 Ti or lower. And just stream all the games. And so I was like, here's a $370 for 4070 or whatever OC clock. I think it was a gigawatt or something. I forget the name of the brand. And I was like, you know, I've got a 3060 Ti just lying around, and I just sent it to him because, and that's like, you know, $200 card or something like that. But I just sent it to him. I told him, I was like, it saw 3 years of hard usage, but it's still a really good card and it runs great. And, here you go, enjoy. And I just sent it to him for $20, you know, and that like is an example of how if you live in that sort of energy and that sort of joy and that sort of abundance, and when you know somebody needs something, you just give it to them off your shirt off your fucking back or whatever it is. Or if they need help, you go and do it. If they need you to drive them somewhere, you do it. If they need advice, you give it. If they need to be left alone, you leave them alone. But you don't ever let the ships, every human's got a ship of childhood trauma, every last one of us, and you don't ever want the ships to crash. The Republicans want the ships to crash. If they were real ones, they would have self-control. Right now, they've got, they're like, oh, it's going to be a fucking, it's going to be a fucking, it's going to be a feast. It's going to be a blood feast. And they've got their knives in their hands and they got their eyes are red with hate. They're talking about how they don't respect their enemy and shit like this. But I mean, a real one does respect their enemy. A real one doesn't talk about it. They just do it. And this posturing towards that bully energy, it's like he wants every ship in the world to crash with every other ship in the fucking world. Remember, every ship represents childhood trauma that makes you fucking scream and go on the warpath or whatever against whatever threatened you or hurt you or fucked with you or threatened your way of life or whatever it is. And the Republicans have been stirring that pot, trying to fucking get every last person on the fucking planet to crash their childhood trauma ship into somebody else's childhood trauma ship and cause a terrible world war. And every day I spend most of my time, I'm doing it right now on stream, I just sit there trying to formulate this, I don't know what it is, it's like a recipe for peace. I'm trying to cook something. I want to cook something. A recipe for peace, where I don't have to do anything except convince people that the problems are sort of more internal. They come from your childhood trauma. You can't back down from somebody. You're Marty McFly and they've called you chicken. And now you're coming charging at them like a fucking bull with red in your eyes. Or you're running from them terrified or anything negative. It doesn't even matter. Maybe you should be terrified of them. Maybe you did something wrong and they're coming to kill you or something, right? It doesn't matter. All of that is negative, and you don't have to sign up and commit to the emotions if you don't want to. They are only, it's good to feel them because they warn you when something's wrong, when the other person has been wronged or something. They're there. They're like these crazy good signals that tell you what the situation is so that maybe nobody dies, right? And so now at this point, I spend most of the time reading the signals, trying not to give in to the negative emotions at all unless I'm extremely angry. And even then, every single time I do it, I'm like, I'm freebasing my anger again like some kind of drug, and I'm just spinning it in a circle. That's all I have to say about this. This guy, as I recall, he wrote a fucking manifesto. Terrible, what was it, like a 4,000-page manifesto or something dumb? It was so terrible. And as I recall, they haven't got to that part yet, but this guy wrote a manifesto. If you are living in the kind of negative emotions for so long that you've got a manifesto forming in your fucking mind, you're sick. It's at that point, it's better to talk about killing software developers just outright and get the fucking frustration out than to ever build a manifesto and figure out some way to go do that or whatever. It's just much better to just say it, get it out. When I hear it sounds so fucking silly. It's just me being ruled by my childhood trauma, letting my emotions run slipshod as usual, in complete control of something that happened to me when I was a child that's fucked me up and scarred me, that made me this way, that I'm just going to weaponize and use it to attack this future foe scenario. And that's incorrect. The true real one will just stop the emotions, stop being ruled by them. Some people call it stoicism, but I don't even think it's actually that. It's the fucking willpower to just not give in to the negative emotions. And it's a skill that you have to work on. Like an RPG, like Dark Souls, if you just keep working on it every day, you keep getting souls and you can keep leveling up. And it is like that. It is you exercise your control. You can walk your own way the fuck out of hell. You can walk your way. I know it takes 5, 10, 15, 20 years, 3, 5, 10, 20 years, something like that, to dig your way straight to fucking hell, where Persephone hands you the fucking, where Persephone doesn't hand you the pomegranate seeds. You just spend eternity down there. But 3, 5, 10 years in fucking hell. You come out of hell, and the first thing that you can't wait to do is teach somebody else a lesson. Maybe some person that you don't like, or something or entity or group you don't like, or whatever it is. But the problem is, All that is you being led around honestly it's kind of like an anger penis. It's like an anger penis that leads you around that you have zero power over. It has power over you. And if you give into it, you're an idiot. And this is how Bruce Lee got where he went, because he was just waiting for somebody to punch. He didn't need to go punch anybody unless that was called for. He was waiting for somebody to punch and then responds with karate and lays them out on the fucking floor. Because if you ever got so angry you need to throw a punch at someone, you're not a real one anymore. Now, it's okay to defend someone and yourself, I think. But it's not okay to ever use it as some kind of tool to get what you want. And we do that all the time. That bully energy, giving into it, it's not too good. It's the purview of an idiot who has no control over themselves at all. Somebody who walks in the back of the Miss Universe pageant or whatever. Somebody who just has no control, hangs out with Jeffrey or whatever. And that's the problem. It's understanding that every time you hate someone, every time you feel fear of someone, every time you feel angry at someone or sad about someone or with someone or disappointed with someone, remember, these are all negative emotions that rule you like a fucking king. They come into your fiefdom, your own house, your body, your mind, your spirit, your soul, all of it. All of that is your property. You needn't be led around by the anger penis that does not care about your feelings. It's almost like an anger penis from the Sandbox. The Sandbox doesn't care about your feelings, right? It'll just kick your fucking teeth in. It doesn't care what level you are. It doesn't care. Sometimes it just comes and kicks your fucking teeth in. You're like, did I really need to pull like a level 40 elite or something? I'm level 32. Come on, man. That kind of thing. That's the problem. Like, you cannot predict what the Sandbox will do to you. So, but I can predict what happens if you let your negative emotions rule you like some kind of banner at war. You become blind, and I'm talking blinder than a man who cannot see. You become blind. You literally cannot see your friends for who they are. You can't see your own reasoning. You can't see yourself. You become blind, fucking completely blind the minute that you've lost your shit and you're completely angry with somebody. So these days, I spend almost every day just trying to reach some kind of resolution with my anger right then and there before I crash my goddamn childhood trauma ship into somebody else's childhood trauma ship and cause some kind of fucked up fight that never ends. And trust me, my entire life is stupid ass fights that never end. Been fighting the same fight since I was a punk rock singer. It didn't change. It's been 40 years. Nobody changed, you know? So yeah, it's the same old Haile Selassie up your ass, you know, from when I was 13 years old, as it is right now when I'm 40 fucking some odd years. Here we are 27 years later or something like that. And here we are still banging it on about Israel, Palestine, and Bibi Netanyahu. That's okay, but I remember Bibi Netanyahu from when I was a 7-year-old child watching Murphy Brown. And I don't know. I don't know why I bring this up. It's just interesting. It's just kind of funny. It's like, you know, nothing changed there. You know, JFK happened. We never did find out, really. You know, they didn't tell us what happened. We don't really know. They released the files, and I still don't really know what the files say because they're not in front of me. So I hesitate to say. But I will say this. Nothing happened for 67 years before that happened. You know, nothing happened. No convictions, just a bunch of research. That's it. So I know that nothing ever happens. I can count on that. And with these two pieces of knowledge, you can be pretty successful. It's that if you let your negative emotions rule you, you're straight bitch made. You know, if you're just chasing people all the time with your anger, you are straight bitch made, you know. And you bitch mated yourself. You bitch mated yourself. And so the minute that you don't let the anger can fucking control you anymore, and it took me 42 years. 42, something like that. It took me 42 fucking years to reach this place where I think I can die a non-angry man. 42 years. And it's because every day I tell myself, every time you get angry, even if you feel like it's righteous and you need to get it out and you're just, it's healthy for you to get it out, I still chide myself thinking, no, you lost control here. What was the point of losing the control here? Did wallowing in the emotions really help you? No.
I actually thought about 9/11.
They're just indicators that something's wrong. But yet we let them fucking we let them move in, live there, rent-free in our heads. Emotions, negative ones, like fear, anger, jealousy. It doesn't matter what the fuck it is. All the shit that leads you to the dark side of the Force. You know what I'm saying? Anger, fear, hatred. There was a Star Wars quote about this that leads to the dark side of the Force, right? All that stuff. Not only is it just basic survival indicators that are only good for about a second. And once you've recorded the information that you're upset or angry or prideful or something like that, you can take that information and file it away and use it constructively, or you can let it control you and rule you like a king and blind you and get you into a terrible moment with some other human being because you have childhood trauma and they've got childhood trauma that caused their PTSD and it caused yours. And when you bang your fucking head against it, you crash the ships and something really bad is going to happen, So at that point, you just don't crash the ships. You don't cross the beams. You don't crash the ships. You're like, I can see that this fucking tool can get my blood to boil in under 1.7 seconds. And I think this sometimes. I'm like, it's not anger management. I like anger. I don't like chasing it. I don't like letting it rule me. But I can tell you all the time that I get high on my anger, and I like anger. It makes me feel alive. It makes me feel like I'm breathing better. It makes me feel like I'm building a plan to get over whoever I'm fucking angry at. I'm going to talk some shit now or whatever, etc. And honestly, all of that is just poopy caca. All of it's poopy caca that you don't need to do. Negative emotions are this things you sign up for that make you their fucking bitch if you sit there for longer than like a second. Not only do they blind you, but they also lead you down that rabbit hole to somewhere really fucking bad, almost always. And presidents don't become presidents without remaining level-headed. Premiers don't remain premiers without some sense of decorum and peace. Countries are not built on war. They're built on what you can manufacture in your peace times. And this thing that we're doing to each other in this culture of just gaslighting and then lighting the gasoline on fire and then eating each other's fire until you burn in some kind of crazy fire serpent Ouroboros, like the disintegrate magic card, going in a circle. Your skeleton's being burned by fucking brimstone and fire or whatever because you're constantly angry all the time, or you're constantly sad all the time. You lost somebody, or you're constantly jealous all the time, or you're constantly resentful all the time because everybody else has stuff and you don't, or all these other things. All of those things are poopy caca indicators that, the world is a shitty place and there's a lot of shitty things happening. A lot of shitty human beings that I really just don't like. But, I mean, that disdain, I just gave into it, but the disdain made me its bitch. So then I spent 3 sentences trying to talk shit about people that I'm never going to meet. Why would I talk shit about humans? I won't meet them. 9/10 of them or whatever, I'm not going to meet them. So why would I talk shit about them? They're not even really a reality to me. And so I chide myself on just getting off on that I hate humans thing. I hate humanity thing. But that's incredibly selfish, because really when you think about it, don't we kind of live like a, kind of semi-charmed kind of life? We do have good internet and food and water, shelter, sunlight. It's a good time to be alive. Good music, good stuff, good drama, YouTube video, good video games, etc. And so whatever was the reason to get angry, sad, or fucked up, or whatever in the first place.
Something like that, because
like this guy, I see just basically a big giant match head that's been lit, who's pouring gasoline on the match head, and he thinks it's everybody else. Nope, you signed up for it, bitch. You signed up for it. Give you the chair.
it's like a disaster area.
You signed up for all that anger and hate in your fucking heart. You signed up for it.
People were just walking around slowly, like they were like zombies in a sense.
It's not constructive to a relationship. It's not constructive to friendships. It's not constructive to building lasting establishment or friendships or foundation or infrastructure or anything like that. It's just not a good deal if you hate everybody, And I tell myself this every day because it's a goddamn constant fucking battle. It's not really logical or even, pragmatic, really, to hate everybody. But I do it right on stream. Sometimes I'm like, I hate the human race. Fuck them. But I understand now that that's just me getting my fucking childhood trauma out. And sooner or later, I will have to re-embrace the human race. That's just the fucking reality of things. If not, the human race will embrace you. So, so whatever. And at that point, you have to re-embrace. It's fucking stupid. For me, it lasted 27 fucking years. And I'm still angry. I never did have $1. I never did have a car. I never did have I had cars, and I had money, and I had relationships and casual sex and all types of good things in this culture. Good video games and all the stuff I mentioned earlier. Good books. Still not enough. Need more. Always need more. More ideas, more Radiohead, more music, more Beatles, more, fucking Alanis Morissette or whatever you listen to. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter more. Like, or I don't know, fucking, you like Dishwalla. They do that song, Counting Blue Cars. Tell me all your thoughts on God. And I like that song. So then, I can just live in that place where I like that song. I don't need to think about Donald Trump and the right wing killing the entire world. I don't need to. Because I know that if I don't steer my ship into anyone else's ship, I think we're all going to be okay. If we just don't steer our childhood trauma ships into each other, I think we're all going to be happy little boats in the ocean. I think we're going to float. I think we're going to float on.
Så var det voldsomt og uvirkelig.
Heard it before?
Det ikke sånn man forventer.
You've heard it before. Modest Mouse.
Å se I Oslo, ikke I Norge, og kanskje heller ikke I Skandinavia.
Oslo and Norway was completely unprepared for something like this, and pretty much taken.
Why did you do this, you fucking psycho?
One of the interesting things about Breivik's spree, of course.
There's nothing interesting about him. It's just a man completely consumed by his emotions. Just like Trump, it's nothing interesting. It's frankly a goddamn dumpster fire of a human being.
Taking calls about the bombing and nothing else.
Det var
I feel like the day I started this stream, that's the human being that I was. I was 384 pounds, unhappy, didn't know what I would do for the rest of my life. I didn't know who I was. I didn't know what I wanted. I didn't know what to wake up in the morning for or anything like that. Here we are 4 years later. When you understand that the emotions can't rule you anymore, and it's time to steer that ship through life really carefully and own every wave that you surf on. as opposed to just crashing your ship into the rocks of anger, sadness, sorrow. It doesn't really matter. So yeah, that's all. I'm done repeating it.
Lite informasjon å få I en tidlig fase.
They didn't know what happened at first. They were like, what the fuck happened? Yeah. That's how 9/11 was. And you know, I saw, in my lifetime, I remember catching the news report like within an hour of when it happened. I was there for the Oklahoma City bombing. I remember that one when I was very, very, very young. I was there for David Koresh when they burned him. I was there for Ruby Ridge. I was there for there's another big one. I can't think of what it is. 9/11 and the first World Trade Center. People forget, but we had 2 World Trade Center attacks. One in 1993, which I remember. It was a truck that he rolled up under the building. The 93 what's it called? World Trade Center WTC attack, right? At 12:17 p.m. on February 26, 93, a yellow rental van loaded with some 1,200 pounds of nitrate explosives blew up in the garage of the World Trade Center's North Building in Lower Manhattan Island, New York City. The van, driven by Iyad Ismail, had a 12-minute fuse located between the front seats. They said Ramzi Youssef caused this. It was some crazy mosque, I think, or something. And I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember this whole thing. Maybe I'm misquoting the religion. I don't remember. I was not very old, you know. I won't say how old I was because it doxes me, but, you know. Yeah, like I was like, let's call it 7 years old is safe enough. I was like 7 years old when this happened, basically. A little bit older, a little younger, whatever. And yeah, and so people forget, but I mean, we had 2 9/11s, and the first one, frankly, was more horrible than the second one, but then the second one was greater. It had a much higher cost of life. I don't remember how many he got with the 93 bombing in New York, but it was a lot. There was a lot. There was a lot. Yeah. Lolita Jackson was at her 72nd floor desk in the World Trade Center feeling like she was at the top of the world. It wasn't September 11th. It was February 26th. People forgot because this was, 8 years before. But I swear to God, the internet, it did something to us where we just can't feel the passage of time the same fucking way anymore. Because I swear to God, between 93 and I was roughly around 8 years old, let's say that. And when 9/11 happened 8 years later, when I was like 16-ish, right? 8-ish, 16-ish. This was only 8 years, but in the country's mind, it might as well have been 100. A fucking 100. Most of us, when September 11th happened, most of us completely forgot this ever even happened. But it did. Eight years before, a dude blew up a fucking bomb. It killed 6 people. One of them was a pregnant lady and injured more than 1,000 people and turned the Twin Towers into a fucking horror show. And we watched, wrapped, like to the television screen for 3 solid weeks, something. And we were like, what happened? What happened? Was it a bomb? Was it an enemy? Etc., etc. And they came up with all these hinky-dinky lies that they backed up on and flipped around on and flip-flopped around. And they blamed a whole bunch of different people. They didn't know what it was at first. And I wouldn't say they still, I don't think they still know what it is, because it wasn't the CIA that time. Not at all. This was somebody really trying to get some people, and I don't believe it was CIA this particular time. I think it was for 9/11, but I don't think it was for this. And or maybe I'm just naive. Maybe I'm naive, and maybe this was the CIA. I don't really fucking know. I really don't know. I wouldn't put it past them. But anyways, I remember it. They for 3 weeks they would bring like forensic experts up. They would show, here's the bomb squad guy, and the bomb squad guy would talk for like 15 minutes about what happened here. It was like a nitrate bomb, 1,800 pounds or some shit. It was up in a fucking crazy rental truck. He parked it under the support beams so the building would implode and kill a lot of people. And we can't figure out totally why he did this, but he left a lot of evidence on the shit. And they just like, just like 9/11 for like 3 weeks. They did, when 9/11 was like 3 months. But like, you know, for this, it was like, you know, 3 weeks of just, you know, every day, all day, we were just glued to the television. I mean, we were in school or work and stuff like that. But the minute you get home, you just go immediately to the TV and you like sit there and eat a Ritz cracker or something because you haven't done anything in days. You've just been watching the TV or working or going to school and just figuring out what the fuck happened at the World Trade Center. By the time 9/11 happened 8 years later, I swear to God, nobody in the fucking country could remember. That's something about the internet. I know it's something about the internet. I was there because that was the internet age. By the time I was 16, I was so blinded by the internet and video games and having a car and just living my own life and just, you know, being my own person, that I just forgot that 93 WTC existed until, you know, and in 9/11 we did kind of sort of fever dream noted it, like, oh God, they did it again. They sort of did it again. They did it again or whatever, right? But people forget there was 2 9/11s. There's actually been several. There's been 9/11s in other countries. There, you know, it's really not too good. And you know, I forgot all about this. Thank God this one, it was a bomb that goddamn maimed like 1,000 people, and I mean maimed them. And I'm sure there's something on YouTube I can show you about the 93 WTC attack. People forget. Why did it stop typing? I mean, why? What? Like, why? Yeah.
Today marks 32.
No, I'm a little worried about, like, maybe DMCA there. I'm looking for, like, a actual YouTuber breakdown. We could take the History Channel if it's okay. There we go.
United 93.
Oh, no, this was Flight 93. Sorry, go back. Yeah, here's the FBI files. Real responders. Yeah, this is probably good here.
There's a way to make an entrance. My destiny. It was now a
This guy was a shithead. I don't want to even talk about anything else he did.
conspiracy.
The bomb's all he gets. Fucking shit, worthless piece of shithead.
Feely today.
Fucking stupid Anders Breivik guy. Fucking shithead. Fuck him in his stupid ass.
One World Trade Center, New York City. Friday, February 26th,
We forget.
1993.
We did. We forgot. The country forgot this happened. I swear to God, if you show any American this, they'll be like, oh, yeah. And they'll have this epiphany look in their eyes. And they'll be like, oh, yeah. You know, and I swear to God, everybody in America, you'll get this response. They'll be like, yeah, we just sort of forgot that happened, didn't we? We did.
The garage was a scene of utter destruction.
It was like 3 months of some of the most harrowing time in America's history. Right after this, right after 9/11, right after Jan 6th.
Cloaked in thickening smoke. A woman alone, trapped and bleeding, called police. There were many panicked calls to the NYPD that day. as real life took on a Japanese.
So I think he was aiming for, as I recall, he had a blueprint for the building. I'm just gonna go. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm probably gonna mangle it, and I probably shouldn't say anything. But I'm just gonna try and tell you how much I remember this, because I remember this very, very clearly. I remember every detail. He was trying to blow up a yellow. I remember the color of the van. It was a yellow rental van from I think they traced it to U-Haul. And that's how they caught him. They traced it to a U-Haul and they caught him. And it was like a harrowing 3 days or something like that. This story was a really big human interest story with a lot of players and heroes and a lot of villains and stuff. It was kind of insane, even though it was just one guy. I think it was, or maybe it was a crew. I forget all the details of the enemy, but they were going to try to blow up the nursery, and that was supposed to be the lesson, as I recall. So, as I recall, maybe I'm mangling it, but he parked the truck under the beam that supported the floors that the nursery was on, because it was a government building. Or maybe that was the Oklahoma City bombing. It's one or the other. Maybe I'm mangling this with Oklahoma City bombing, but one of these bombers, they had a psychological thing about killing children. Maybe it was Timothy McVeigh. I can't remember. But they were like out to kill the nursery. So they parked that was WTC, I think, actually. And I think I am nailing it. So the guy parked the fucking van right under the fucking floor of the nursery. And it blew upwards. And as I recall, something about the stone repelled the blast, but the concussion destroyed like a quarter of the building or something and almost caused an implode. But they were very lucky in the respect that while the building, I think, did basically, like, by all intents and purposes, like, collapse, if I recall. It didn't collapse, but it, like, definitely did have a bunch of terrible debris and problems and, you know, a bunch of structural issues. And it was like they had to dig out. But, you know, and there was ground zero and shit like this. But, you know, let him tell the story.
A disaster movie.
I wish to recall to Americans that not all of it is 9/11 lies. Sometimes there is just some nut terrorist that puts like a fucking bomb. This was a terrorist. This was an actual terrorist. I wouldn't call 9/11 terrorism. I would call it an inside job. This was an actual terrorist who wanted to kill the nursery and like you know, and we busted his ass too. We caught him because something about the truck, and that's what and I remember the details of the case even for like 2 weeks. They spun on the truck because they were like, we chased him through, maybe that was, I don't know, or maybe that was Timothy McVeigh. I can't remember. Was it Timothy McVeigh? I think it was one of these bombers. I can't remember which one. They like ran and they were successfully running until like, you know, they found the van. They find the van. They trace it back to where you got the van. They get a name. They trace the name back to a fake name. They trace the fake name back to your real name. And this was the first time this had ever happened. So they were hunting like their lives, jobs, and their wives and husbands' respect like depended on it, kind of like 9/11. So they chased this guy. They chased him. Still no clear suspect. People forget. Yeah, I don't forget. There was so much turmoil there. People think that like Israel-Palestine shooting missiles at each other is fucking terrifying. Yeah, it is. I've seen so much of this shit in my lifetime. For all of my life, they've been like just kind of trundling out pictures, just tossing pictures out there for the fucking evening news of some building blowing up and a bunch of children dying, or you know, and I don't mean to be all graphic like this, but I mean, like, it sucks. Like, that was the life that America led for like 20 years. And so you would wake up and you're like, oh God, what Unabomber comes today? What school shooting are we going to have today? What Uvalde, Texas is going to happen this year? Or what, it's disgusting. It's like, and more crazy nuts just go off the crazy nut rocker. Just like, it's like I swear to God, I think about this particular analogy all the time because of a Primus song. But there's this wonderful Primus song on the Brown album where he sings about this culture of people, and I think like the 1908s, that like to get in barrels and then go over Niagara Falls, and a bunch of them would die. A bunch of them would throw the lives of their families away and their like empires and money and stuff. They would just die. They would go over the fucking barrel. They would hit the rocks at the base of the fucking waterfall to prove that they could do it. And like 9/10 of them died or whatever. And a couple of them lived. And lived to be national heroes till the day they died. But I mean, like, this culture was real, and it did happen in America, going over the fucking Niagara Falls in a barrel. That's a real thing, and it happened quite a lot. And it still does, I think. They really patrol it now. They've got, like, boats, and they really don't want you doing it. But that's what this reminds me of, it's like, at this point, this nut has gotten in the barrel, and not only has he blown up a building, he's ready to jump over the waterfall and end his life and all that stuff. And so I think of them as like waterfall terrorists. They can only go down that waterfall once, before they're chased by all of America. And they chase these guys it was a tense 13 days or something. I forget how long it was, but it was a tense 13 days. But they did trace him through his van and then catch his ass. I want the music off of my, How DMCA is this? It seems like, no, well, I don't know. They'll tell me and I'll just not do the video.
Terrorist bombings are what happen in other countries. Not here in the United States.
No, and we forgot by 9/11, 8 years later, it wasn't even a decade. It was as if it had happened like a century ago. I had grown 8 years and I just had completely fucking forgot it happened. We all forgot. The whole country forgot. You heal and you start to move on. 5 years passes and you're like, well, we're up and on our, we got knocked down and we're up again. And Chumbawamba was, fucking tub thumping. And it was like the 90s. And, then it went into the aughts. And around 2001, when 9/11 happened, we have completely the fuck forgot that this even happened. I don't know why, but it's something really weird. Something in our collective consciousness we just don't want to remember.
And yet, in 1993, it happened in New York City. The World Trade Center bombing rattled our notion of domestic security. It shook the foundation.
Yeah, there were two 9/11s. Is how you say this to a brain rot tablet. You say there were two 9/11s, and they're like, what are you talking about? Yeah, 93, dude blew up a van in the fucking WTC. He killed almost 10 people and maimed like 1,000 people.
I believe.
And the floors fell in, and you blew up a nursery and maimed all the children and everything. It was and got burned, 3rd-degree burns.